Hello, good evening, everybody. It's me, your host, Shadow, and welcome to the Interstellar Game Jam number 9, where the theme for this jam was Singularity. Uh, yeah, this was a really interesting game jam because I only announced it like about a week before the jam started. This was like right after GMTK Game Jam like ended. I didn't want to really do too much promoting while that jam was going on. So I was one of the moderators for that jam, and I didn't want to abuse my mod powers by advertising too hard in the server like I normally do the years before. But yeah, no, the theme for this one, Singularity. Like every year, I kind of put all the themes on a big theme board and narrow it down from a lot of different ideas. And there was a lot of good ideas out there. I always take suggestions from people as well to help me like spark some more ideas for other themes. And it was like really close between this one and like uh, two other themes. Uh, every year, or not like every year, but like for like the past few game jams, folks have been suggesting trees as one of the themes. And I'm sorry to disappoint y'all this time. Maybe in a future jam, trees will be the theme, but not for this one, I'm afraid. For this one, we went with Singularity because I wanted to do something with like, black holes. I wanted to see games that came up with like interesting takes of this word. And I do apologize if the graphic looks kind of bad. It I slapped that thing together in like 30 minutes. Hey, I took the 9 from the graphic of the Interstellar Game Jam 9 and I extrapolated on it to kind of turn that 9 into like a little bit of a black hole in the image and have like some of the other letters around the word uh you know like kind of surround the 9 a little bit. Yo, thanks for the raid. What's up, bite size game? I was watching your stream earlier. It was a lot of fun watching your reactions and everything to a lot of these people's games and how you interacted with everybody. For this one, if the developers are in the chat while I'm playing through them, I will definitely interact with developers, especially if they're chatting. However, I will be playing the games in submission order. I was going to say chronological order, but yeah, submission order. So if you submitted first, your game will most likely be played first, unless there's some technical difficulties. And if you submitted last, then obviously your game will be played last, unless there were some other technical difficulties that had happened beforehand, in which case some of those games might get pushed to the later streams, just so that way I can figure out how to solve some of those technical difficulties and then still give them the chance to play them. But for the most part, a lot of these will be played from like first submission to last submission. The graphic is beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, I just slapped I slapped the theme graphic together in like super last minute, but the other graphics I put together, it took me, I took more time to put those together. Sorry if that ruined it for anyone. No, you're good. Good. Da, 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 da. Have an amazing stream with the game. Someone shady's coming from leftover stream. Have fun. Appreciate it. Thank you again, Bite Size. We got some folks in the chat right now. We got Squelpy. I can't remember if that's the right pronunciation for it. Welcome, Squelpy. Welcome, Nebula, Oblivion. Uh, yeah, if y'all are coming in from different part of YouTube and stuff, and this is like your introduction to the Interstellar Game Jam 9 or Interstellar Game Jam as a whole, check out the description for this video. If you're watching the VOD form or the stream, just check out the description and you'll see a link to all the games. There'll be an entries kind of thing. So yeah, check out that link so you can try out the games for yourself. The rating period should be going on up until Sunday night. So while I personally will not be, it says, brother, I'm pronunciation flexible. I think four or so games submitted before me that got disqualified. Yeah, there's a few games that had to disqualify. There are probably still some games that may be disqualified. As of right now, the games that I put aside for this stream, I guess we can switch over to what I'm looking at here. The games that I have put aside for this stream is just these 14. It looks like we have enough entries that could do like 14, and the next stream will be the other 14, and the last stream will be these 12, or if any of these games had technical difficulties, they might get pushed back to that last stream. So just that way, the games for sure have a shot to be played. Squelpy has grown on me. Yeah, if there's any technical difficulties or any of the games, they'll be pushed probably to like the final stream. So this gap over here will probably get filled up with some of the other games. But this is the order you see here, submission order of the games that will be played. So I kind of did want this game to be submitted later, just because it's a relaxing game for the most part, or it seems that way. I was kind of hoping this one would be submitted later, just that way we could have a break at some halfway point throughout some of the streams. But it's okay. We'll start off with that one, and we'll probably, depending on if it has music or whatever, we probably might come back to it to take a break from the other games later. Um, that being said, for this particular stream, we're going to be starting with the Singularity Lounge by Nebula Oblivion and ending with Tectonic Inc. by Dolan Games. If these games, they kind of already passed the sniff test, but if there's any games that would be disqualified, then obviously those won't be shown off in this game jam or in these live streams. But for the most part, it seems like all of these games will be. It should be pretty solid. I disqualified a bunch already that kind of didn't pass the sniff test. I might have missed a couple. I'll check and during the next streams I'll check those batches of games to see if there's anything that needs to be done there. Yeah, it could be the intermission screen. Yeah, I do. Just make sure something, just make some technical difficulties happen. I'll try. I won't try. But if they happen to happen, then they happen. But for the most part, like we'll probably spend about 15 minutes per game. So that's like, 4 games is about an hour. So that's what, 2 hours, 3 hours, about 4 hours for the stream. Because some games I do take a little bit longer with just to flesh out everything, try to get the full experience. Um, and obviously we'll be taking some breaks throughout the stream. If not every 4 games, we probably do it like every 7 games or so. But I have all the games already up here. Anything that needed to be installed has already been installed. I might still have to like unzip it and stuff. Which actually let me work on that now while I'm chatting. But yeah, for the most part, all the games are already good to go. Most of them are browser games, which is awesome. For those that are new to game jams, it's really really handy to have uh, a build of your game be playable on the browser, so that way you get more people to play the game. There are, depending on what game jam you're participating in, there are a lot of games that just, require what's it called, downloads and stuff like that. Those tend to get a lot less plays than the ones that are browser based for obvious reasons. People might be skeptical of installing things, or they might have limited space on their computers, and so they don't want to install games. They just want to focus on the games that they can play as quickly as possible. Yeah, oh, right, the absurdly sized cursor. I haven't used an absurdly sized cursor in a while. That's my bad. Um, it's been a while since I've done that. I could bring it back, but for now I've just been using regular sized cursor. I uh I went from big cursor in the past, and I did link cursor where the tip of the sword was the clicker. Um, but for now, I for like the past like year or so, I went back to just using a regular cursor, just because it's just what I've done. But yeah, like I said, we're gonna be spending about 15 minutes per game. There's also towards the end of the last stream, will be I'll be showing off some other stuff as well, some a project that I've been working on recently, and I'll save that surprise for later. But for now, I will just stick with this here. Okay, I'm just working on getting this last one installed or unzipped. It's a RAR file, but I think we're good here. Yep, it's just unzipping right now. Um, was that your permanent thing? I thought that was a bit for the jam. I yeah, it is. It was a permanent thing. I so I recently took my computer back home. I used to work at the office at a Gumbo, and when I did my live streams there, or when I was just working there, I had a massive cursor because people would walk by my desk constantly and kind of see the stuff that I was working on. I do a lot of level design and stuff, so the work that I do is pretty interesting compared to a lot of other people's work that are doing like coding and stuff. I only say interesting in the sense that at a glance it looks a lot more interesting because when you're seeing somebody work on a playable space, it's a lot more interactive than watching somebody type a bunch of code. Like no offense to the programmers out there, but whenever somebody works on art or like level design and that kind of stuff, it's a lot more visual. It's a lot more like, oh, that looks cool kind of stuff versus code where it's just a bunch of words. So it's everything kind of looks the same more or less when people are working on that. All right, I think I got the games installed. I think we're all set on that front. But we won't be playing any of those installed games until later. But again, like if those games have a problem, if those games are not working properly, I'll revisit it at a future stream just to make sure that we give it as much time as possible to get it to run. All right, let's see here. I'm just gonna get this popped up on the side, ready to go. Games, Singularity. Excuse me. Had some Taco Bell earlier. That was really good. All right. So yeah, we got about 14 games lined up for today, starting with Singularity Lounge, ending with Tectonic Inc. I'm gonna check the chat real quick. Hey everyone, Devil the second game. Welcome in the middle of the night to join the party. Hell yeah, welcome. Yeah, the link cursor and the giant cursor, they're gone for now. Um, One of the things I really liked about that cursor, and I think the reason why you're bringing it up as well, is because like my ultra wide screen that I have going on here, the giant cursor is also a really good way to what's the word, like play test certain aspects of the game, like UI elements and stuff. So this stretch screen, we're already going to be running into some issues in the future. Not sure which games yet are going to have this problem, but because I'm working on a widescreen, the full screen setup or whatever, some images might get stretched. If that does happen, I'll be probably telling the people who runs into that issue with their games to be wary of people that have different size screens and stuff. Yeah, code is boring even as a programmer. Yeah. And again, it's not. I'm not trying to, you know, throw any shade at any of the programmers out there or anything. But even like a musician, for example, if the musician is wearing headphones and you're walking by their computer and they're working on music, you can't hear the music. Same with like with programming with code and stuff like that. You can't see them execute the code if they're still in that screen. So a lot of it is just like like meh, whatever, unless you're also a programmer and can like really look into their screen and stuff, but it's not at a glance. But if somebody's doing like 2D art, 3D art, level design, or that kind of stuff, it's a lot more visual, so you get to kind of see that stuff in action. Even like animation and stuff like that, you can see it in action while they're working on it and that kind of stuff. So that's kind of why I had that big cursor, because people would constantly like stare at my screen, and I wanted them to cringe when they looked at my screen because I just people would just hover over my desk and stuff. It got to the point where whenever I'd be working, I'd have like three people standing behind me as I'm working or as I'm live streaming, and just staring at me or staring at my screen as I'm playing stuff. So the cursor was kind of there to get them to step away from my desk. I really just wanted to do that to get them to cringe to the point where they just didn't want to see it anymore. Oh man. But yeah, I have all the games lined up over here, and I also have this tab open over here. This is for anybody who participated in this game jam that did get a qualifying submission in. So any of these games here can also participate in this other game jam. It's called the Post Jam Jam by Post Jam Productions. I call it the PJGJ, which is the Post Jam Productions Post Jam Game Jam. And this is a game jam that's set up specifically for people who uh, that participated in the game jam that wanted to work more on their game jam entry. So for this game jam, for Interstellar Game Jam 9, if you have worked on an entry and it got in, you can also participate in this game jam. However, I do suggest you don't update your game page until after the winners are announced. Otherwise, you could potentially get disqualified, and you will miss your chance to get into get the winning position for the game jam. And what's really cool about this year, the winner of this game jam is going to get a spot for a short period of time at a booth at Play NYC. So Play NYC is a convention at the Javits Center, which is right here. It's going to be taking place after the winners are announced. So it will be after we figure out who the winner is. That winner, their game, will be shown off for a few hours sometime between these days. The days aren't yet set in stone. I'll probably either announce that at a later stream. If not at the later stream, I'll probably announce that on the announcement post of uh of the game jam when the winners are announced. If not then, then I'll let you know as soon as I find out. But the idea is that I'll be presenting your game at Play NYC. Is also going to be part of Anime NYC. Let's see, Anime NYC. It's the same days, but yeah, this is all happening in the same location, the Javits Center in New York City. You'll be getting a booth, and the location is thanks to my connections with Gumbo. Gumbo is a co-working space in Brooklyn, New York. Let's see, Gumbo NYC. Here it is. And yeah, it's a co-working space in New York City. Am I in this picture? Probably. I don't know. I don't see myself. And yeah, it's just a co-working space for indie game developers that live in New York City. You can go and co-work there. I think your first day is free. You just gotta let them know. You gotta email them and stuff like that. Um, I'm probably in some of these pictures. I don't see myself immediately, but yeah, they have a lot of events at Gumbo. There's a lot of cool, fun events. There's a lot of like workshops and cool stuff like that. But overall, it is a co-working space for indie game devs in New York City. Through my connections there, they're going to be boothing at Play NYC, and since I'm volunteering for that kind of stuff, I was able to convince them to allow me to showcase one of your games at Play NYC, which is happening in Anime NYC. There's a lot of NYC stuff happening here, but yeah, definitely check out that kind of stuff. So the winner, their game will be shown off there, but I won't be able to like guarantee any badge. I won't be able to guarantee, lodging or transport or whatever. It's just getting your game there. It's easy for me to download a game, bring my laptop, and showcase it over there for a few hours. I'll be taking pictures and some videos of people playing your game, and I'll try my best to get people to give me their feedback, and I'll write down what I can. Um, that being said, like the post jam game jam, if your game if you submitted to this jam and you qualified for everything, win or lose, whatever, after this game jam concludes, you can also submit your game to this game jam. And it goes on until what, August 21st. This game jam, the winners are announced August 17th. So right now, even though we're in the submission period or the review period for this game jam, you still can work on your game and update it, but you can't submit that updated game to either one of these game jams because submissions are locked until the winners are announced for this game jam. But you can still work on it. But then once the submissions unlock, you can update that submission and then bring it into this other game jam. So this game jam is all about updates to your game jam submissions for any game jam. This is just the Interstellar Game Jam is just one of them, one of the game jams. So GMTK is another one, Brackies is another one, and Post Jam Productions, they kind of host this Post Jam Jam for a lot of major game jams. So because the Interstellar Game Jam started like almost immediately after the GMTK Game Jam ended, the Post Jam Productions Post Jam Game Jam allowed us to also kind of sneak in and allow people from the Interstellar Game Jam to submit their games to this one as well. But yeah, it's a good way to get feedback for your updated Game Jam entries. And you also have access to the Discord on this page as well. So definitely check them out. It's a really great community. There's some really awesome people there. I'm also one of the moderators for this jam and also moderator for that other Discord server for PJP. So I will see you there if you do pop up over there. That being said, let's uh let's see what we have over here for these games here. I'm gonna bring my guy over here because he's curious. He wants to know what games are out there. So we're gonna start off with Singularity Lounge here. This is the first game we have submitted to the jam. There were other games submitted for sure, but those games were fraudulent. Let's say, games that broke the rules in one way, shape, or form. The biggest one being that they, updated or they posted their games to a number of game jams, so it's just very clearly like, all right, this person's just looking for clout or whatever for their game, and yeah, we don't want to give any any light. We don't want to shine light to those kind of games. We want to make sure that the games that are getting on this stream, the games that are getting played here, that are getting my time, attention, and all this feedback and everything are games that the developers worked really hard on making, and you know that's what we want to do. So first up, we have the Singularity Lounge by Nebula Oblivion, who I think is in the chat right now. What's up? What's up, Nebula? Mr. Oblivion. Yeah, PJP is really really cool. Yeah, they're doing it during the after the GMTK. Updating two games. Yeah, you can for the PJP you can bring in as many games as you want as long as it's an updated game jam game. It's a really good place to get some feedback for some of the stuff you worked on. It's funny because I had the inkling idea that game would be a break between games. I actually held off on some names. It was a few ahead. Yeah, yeah, I know. What's crazy too, since you submitted early, but like your game obviously wasn't done until way later. But because you made that first submission early, it just puts you right at the beginning. So it's a little ironic for sure. But we'll come back to it if especially if there's like nice music and stuff. But yeah, Nebula Oblivion, also known as Tree Man in the Discord. And yeah, y'all should link to the Discord is in the description as well. All right. Take a break in the Singularity Lounge. Rated by 16 people so far. That's a pretty healthy amount, especially considering how many ratings are out there right now. Another thing too, for any of these games coming up, I know a lot of y'all are like, pressed for time. Either you have school or work or that kind of stuff. If you don't have the time to play or don't have the means to play some of these games, for example, like some of these are PC builds, they have to download, or some of them just don't run on certain people's computers, like you either have like a Linux or Mac or whatever, then hopefully this stream will allow you to form your own opinions. I will not be rating any of these games on stream. I'll do it after all the streams are over, so that way I don't accidentally show my ratings on the stream because I don't want to influence the score. Because there's a lot of times I've seen it on other live streams of people that uh, that stream game jam entries that they'll rate the game in front of everybody, and that just encourages other people watching the stream to rate the game the exact same way, and it kind of funnels a lot of entries just based off like this one person, this one influencer's decision, their own opinion. People just follow that opinion. So I don't want to, encourage or influence any of y'all to rate the game how I would rate it. My job for this live stream is solely to, you know, give y'all my first impressions, live reactions, critical feedback, and some game jam tips along the way to kind of help y'all to form your own opinion for the game. And obviously, I'll be playing through the game as much as I can myself, so that way you can see as much of it as you can. Um, But yeah, good or bad, so it's a bit magnified. I don't know what that means. Yeah. So yeah, let's check out this game. This is a browser entry. We're gonna read the game page first, no matter what, to kind of get a good idea. I'm gonna take a sip of water first because I've been chatting already a good amount, and I'll read this out. Let me slurp on my freaking chug jug over here. Relax and take a break from rating all these jam games. Come enjoy the view at the Singularity Lounge. Web users press tab instead of escape for the menu if you don't want to break out of full screen. Okay. Windows build untested. I don't have Windows right now, but might work better for low end computers. I didn't see a download for Windows here. Or is it there? Oh, it is there. Okay. Should I install a build, or do you think web is good enough? You think it'll work in web? Thank you for being considerate and not rating publicly. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the streamers that do that. It's I get why they do it, so they don't forget to do it. But if they do rate the games while they're on live stream, I much prefer if they rated it like on a second monitor or privately, so that way the first off, like the viewers don't get influence of it, and also if the developer is watching the stream, they don't get demotivated because some ratings they're pretty brutal. I will admit, and that's not what this stream is for. The stream entirely is just mainly for feedback. I want y'all to learn as much as possible from this. Yeah, Windows Build Untested might work better for low end computers. 5 characters, model, textures, and voice in under 5 days. Phew, that's a record for me. Plus the environment and all. I hope you enjoy it. It's not really a game. I didn't feel super up to coding, but there's stuff to look at, people to talk to. No AI, which is one of the rules for this game jam. Uh, well, no generative AI. The reason being is because I don't trust the way that those companies are handling everything right now. Everything made by me except 2 songs, which is Nighttime Metropolis, slowed by this person, which I got from Humblebald a while ago, and then the main song by Mr. Monkey, who offers songs for free to anyone in this thread. That's right. Yeah, there's some people in the thread that offer their music. There's quite often a lot of musicians that participate in these game jams. So I'm thinking of in the future of like having some sort of like music jam or whatever you want to call it, where we can get all these musicians to just like go ham. But musicians, they have like a really fun time during game jams because they're able to like crank out a lot of tunes, or just like there's so many of them that you get a good amount of music from them. So in the future, if you are looking for people to team up with for a game jam, probably let in a musician or two onto your team. They'll do some good work if you let them. Bite-sized it in a Windows without issue, but I think most everyone done web without issue. Okay, if we run into any issues, I guess we can play this later in the web build. Third song is made by you, ambient music. Hell yeah, cool, cool. Everything's looking good. Let's run it, and we'll try full screen in a second. I think it's just called a jam. Oh. So there's no main menu, so I'm gonna let this music play out for a little bit. But I'll walk around before I talk to anybody. Yeah, I know. The first thing I try to do is jump out the window. No, there's an invisible wall. No. Fucking tree. Oh, what's that one? All right. First thing, let's talk to the human bartender. No species, no species, no speciesism. I just have a feeling this person speaks my language more so.
Hello
Gives me.
and welcome to the Singularity Lounge. My name is Mateo. How can I help you?
Nice to meet you, Mateo. With one T? Your name said two T's before. Princessy Windows be like instincts of a gamer. It's not self service, yes, no. Uh oh, he doesn't tell me information about like the local happenings, but I do want to know what do I do here. Start with that.
Just relax and enjoy yourself. Check out the view. If you get hungry or want a drink, ask Garnak or I.
Garnak? Whomstead of is Garnak?
Yes, Garnak.
Oh.
Dressed like me, blue head, big eyes. You know, he's single and a great guy if you're interested.
Oh my god, is this a dating?
Is there anything else I can do for you?
Nope, that's it. Bye. Hey Garnak, I heard you. I heard you were single.
Greetings and welcome to the Singularity Lounge. My designation is Garnak. How may I assist?
Hey there, sexy.
Your eyeballs are very lickable.
Oh yeah? What else would you like to lick? What the heck is this dialogue?
Your nostrils.
Oh, whoa. Hmm. Bye. I don't know. I don't know if I like that or not. Can we keep going?
Greetings and welcome to the Singularity Lounge. My designation is Garnak. How may I assist?
I'm guessing this dialogue doesn't follow. I mean, doesn't reset when you leave mid dialogue. I'll just say I'm not into this because he's talking about the nose licking.
I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. You seem to be hitting on me. Please let me know if there's anything professional I can do for you.
Can I have a drink, please?
Here you go.
Can I have a drink, please?
Here you go.
Can you lick my nostrils, please?
Here you go.
Thank you very much, sir. Chug. Oh, fuck. Hell yeah. Look at that shit, man. That's what I'm talking about. That's fucking trippy. Date ending failed. Well, we'll try. We'll restart later and see if we can get him to lick our nostrils. But for now, just give me something to
Greetings.
drink.
Here you go.
Oh, drink that. Let me get another drink.
Here.
Yeah, let me get another drink.
Here.
Yeah, I'm getting fucking shit faced today. Whoa. It's looking like the more wasted you get, there's like a little clipping issue there in the background, but that's really cool. Yeah, VAs in game jam entries are always a huge plus. My screen is freaking sideways right now. Holy crap! Oh whoa, it's just stuck this. Oh whoa, okay, it's back. Excuse me, sorry. There is a limit, is there?
Hello and welcome. Here
Okay, I'm gonna do this.
Here,
I gotta sneeze again. One second. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So we're gonna drink this one, and then we're gonna drink this one. I'm gonna ask for another one and drink this one. And I'm gonna ask
hello.
for another one and drink. And oh, there is a limit. There you go. Yo, look at that tree. It's so glowy. It would have been really cool. I don't know if this is. Yeah, it would be really cool too. Like as you're walking, if you're drunk, like the controls just get like really like trippy and stuff. That'd be really fun. Where'd the little puff cloud go? I saw like an orange puff back here earlier. It probably found its way back home to the rest of the singularity. Oh man. Alright, let's we're gonna get some spaghetti, but we'll do that before we restart. 'Cause I want Gornak, what's his name? Garnak. I want him to if he's gonna lick my nostrils to make sure I have spaghetti in my mouth first. This guy seems interesting too. Looks like a grunt from Halo. Drunk man tries to yeet himself through a window. Would I do that in real life? Tell all the barmans to give you a drink and chug them left and right? Oh man, I have a funny story about that. Uh, so when I was at GDC, which is the Game Developers Conference, 2023. There was we're celebrating because there was a game, Escape from Club Low, which had won the IGF award. I forget the exact name, the Seamus McNally Award, I believe it's called, which is like the number one, like pretty much the game of the show award or whatever for the IGF, which is the Indie Games Festival. Um, and the developer of that game, Cosmo D Productions, I believe is the studio. Greg is the person who's in charge of that. It's like a solo dev for the most part. They are the person that made that game, and they won. And as a celebration, Greg was a part of Gumbo at the time. Me and a bunch of other Gumbo people went to a local bar in San Francisco, and there was a drink. I believe it was called the Zombie, and it was limit two per customer. And I drank three, and I got pretty fucked up. It's limit two per customer, but because I paid cash and because I dealt with different bartenders, they didn't know that I had two already. Oh man, that was pretty interesting. Oh man, I was hugging the toilet that night for sure. Defenestation. Two priests thrown in a window, and this provoked one of the biggest wars in Europe. Interesting. Did you become a zombie? Yeah, I did actually. I confidently walked in the wrong direction after the bar. Everyone went home and stuff, and I was just like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go this way." Bye. I just left the group and just went the wrong way. confidently. Still made my way back, no worries. But yeah, there was definitely a time period where it was definitely sketchy. It was just me in a top hat, middle of the night. It was like 2 a.m. or something, and just stumbling my way back home. Luckily, nothing bad happened except the toilet thing. But let's talk to Steve. Wait, no, not Steve. We'll come to him last. What's this guy here? John Singularity himself. What's up, John?
I was there, you know, at the Battle of Algernon.
Oh, what's the Battle of Algernon? What happened there?
We were ambushed by the Quainar Armada. We were heavily outnumbered, 10 to 1. They were vicious fighters. The fleet was getting cut to pieces. It was a massacre. I'd never seen so many casualties. Admiral Mosana must have known they were coming ahead of time, but he kept that to himself.
What makes you think that the Admiral knew about that?
Well, how else could he have positioned a hyperspace bomb above the star's northern pole in time? I don't think he expected any of us to survive. That's why we had such a small fleet. Sacrificial lambs to buy just enough time to send the detonation signal.
Hey, what's up, Flacco boy? What's up, Ali Mod? Welcome to the stream. We're playing Singularity Lounge right now. The priest landed on a pile of shit that saved their lives. You would hardly imagine something as strange as real life. Yeah. Whomstead of are the Queenar Armada?
The Quainar were a nomadic race of raiders and slavers. They occupied the Terminus expanse. 9 feet tall, too many teeth, and no qualms with eating sentience. I was lucky I only fought them in space, never face to face. They were wiping out our colonies.
That's not good. You want to tell me what happened after that? What happened?
There wasn't many of us left. I was a gunner on the Hestia. I saw the Achilles and Calypso go down. We were taking heavy damage. Most of our batteries had been destroyed, and I thought I was a dead man. The hyperspace bomb detonated, and the star went supernova. A blinding flash of light, a deafening shockwave rocked the ship. The entire Quainar fleet wiped out, most of our remaining ships, too. And of course, the colony.
They killed the entire colony?
And himself in the process. Crazy son of a bitch. I don't know what he was thinking. The Quainar were bad, monsters even. But to kill 300,000 human colonists to get them, I just don't know.
Ooh, that sounds rough, buddy. Well, it seems like someone's shade is heading out. Limited 1 hour for stream watching. Had fun while I was here. See ya, Shade. Take care. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, we'll be here. We'll be here all night. Um, Deafening sounds and the sound doesn't travel through space, does it?
Trust me, kid, when your ship gets hit that hard, you hear it. Sound doesn't travel vacuum, but anything that hits the hull makes a sound.
That's crazy, man. How did you make it out of there alive? If everybody else died,
We got lucky. Well, I'm not sure lucky is the right word, but it was a fluke. We were just far enough out of the system to survive the explosion, and then we got pulled in pretty close to the singularity.
yo, what's the theme?
Relativity is a funny thing. For us, a few days passed with our engines out of commission, drifting in closer and closer. But for most of human space, 100 years passed while they figured out how to pull us out of there.
That's crazy, man. I'm glad that you made it out and are staring at that singularity. Probably not a good idea. Wouldn't that like trigger your PTSD or something, or is it like soothing? Oh, I hope you. I mean, you seem to be dealing with it pretty well. GG's. Take care, old man. Don't stare at me. You should probably stare at the singularity, huh? There you go. That's better. We're gonna change the song up because I saw there's a jukebox here. Is this the one that's playing now, or? Oh no, that was the main one. Okay, we'll check that one out for now, and then hey, another human. Hello. Are you gonna drink that? Are you gonna drink that? Are you gonna drink that?
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's all right. Oh, you talking about me?
Yes, you are. But I was talking about the black hole.
What would happen if I got a little closer?
As you get closer, time slows down significantly. For you at least. We would all appear to move much faster. You would also undergo spaghettification, stretching out
What?
into a long, thin shape, or you would be pancaked by the extreme gravity.
Yo, spaghetti and pancakes. I don't know if those are a good combo or not, but that sounds pretty fucking good. What is that thing over there though?
An area of space so compact that the intense gravity prevents anything from leaving, even light. The accretion disk surrounds its equatorial plane, but because of the bent light, it also appears to go up and over the black hole.
What if I survived that?
No one knows for sure. Maybe you would just observe the rest of the universe aging and fast forward. Perhaps you would be spit out in another time and place, or maybe it's a doorway to another universe. In
Oh,
2732, Steve Hossack was the first man to try to cross the event horizon. Acting against sane advice, we never heard from him again.
is that the same? Is that the same guy from the other guy, old man story?
No one knows for sure.
Okay,
It's beautiful, isn't it?
nope. This is really cool though. Look at that black hole. Somebody asked me to look at it. Flacco boy, look at it. Are you looking? Huh? Who else had the option? What if I get closer, referring to the woman at the left? Yeah, that's what that's what I thought. I thought it was. What happens if I got closer to her? That'd be funny if that was a little bonus dialogue. If you say that after you say the "It's me, that's beautiful" line, that'd be cool. Um, okay, let's check out the other song, and then we'll talk to Steve. And I think we'll call it there. Nice, nice. Hey, Steve, how's it going, Steve?
Hello, my name is Uniswalioniero, but humans usually call me Steve.
Hold on a second. Can you say that again, please? Can you say that again? No. Uniers lernia or Unir slerneu waleor. I could say that. Can I just call you Unir slur? Unir slerne? Unir slerne for short. Nice to meet you, Steve.
Tell me, what do you believe the nature of the universe to be?
Ooh. It looks like some of these text boxes are a little. It cuts off a little bit. The nature of the universe. Expanding bubble full of matter that will eventually collapse. Yes, let's go with that one.
An interesting theory.
What do you think?
I believe this interstellar garden, if you will, exists within the confines of a computer, like a video game of sorts. We only exist when loaded into memory, and the godlike being on the outside interacts with us for its own entertainment.
Hey, Interstellar Garden mentioned. You're too close to the truth, Steve. We're gonna have to take you out now, out back.
Excuse me?
I mean that you're crazy, Steve.
Call me insane if you wish, onto something.
Take care, Steve. All right, let's try some of that spaghetti. Actually, wait, let's oh, the sensitivity, heck yeah. We can reload. We're gonna put that song back. We're gonna get some spaghetti, and then we're gonna get our nose licked.
Hello and welcome to the Singularity Lounge. My name is Matteo. How can I help you?
I wonder if it's the same spaghettified Steve from the story. That's a good question. Are all these characters connected?
Here you go. Here you go. Here you go.
Okay.
Greetings and welcome to the Singularity Lounge. My designation is Garnak. How
I'll
may
take
I assist?
I'll take some spaghetti,
Here you go.
and I'll take a shot.
Here you go.
Thank you, thank you. Before we eat both and drink both, we're gonna.
Hello and welcome to the Singularity Lounge. Just relax and enjoy yourself. Check out the view. If you get hungry or want a drink, ask Garnak or I.
Oh, near Slurna, you walla yurt. You haven't learned that he signaled looking for love this time. I know. I'm gonna get to that in a second.
Yes, Garnak.
He's
Dressed
turns
like
him back.
me, blue head, big eyes. You
Big
know,
eyes.
he's single and a great guy if you're interested.
I'll keep that in mind.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
Nope. All right. So we're going to eat spaghetti, drink the drink, eat spaghetti. Oh, it cures the drink. Oh, and drink the drink.
Greetings and welcome to the Singularity Lounge. Your eyeballs are very lickable.
Oh yeah. What else you want to lick, bud?
Your nostrils.
Let's do it.
Garnak slides you his com number.
My work shift ends at 2300.
Okay. Okay. I wonder if this now opens up an option in the elevator. Doesn't seem that way. Dang it. Dang it. No Garnack. Unless I have to wait until 2300 IRL, and then in which case maybe that opens up. We'll check again later. But look, it's our YouTube channel. It's Nebula's YouTube channel. Some more of Nebula's games. Other Interstellar Garden Game Jam 9 games. That's awesome. And then the rating page. That's pretty cool. But yeah, that was Singularity Lounge. Pretty chill space. Good starting point for the jam entries. Oops, 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 oops. Heck yeah. Yeah, very fitting with the theme. I do like the lore. I do like the voice acting. Good use of the audio there as well. There was some lacking of audio, even though there was a good amount of audio. Like I think I didn't hear much in the way of footsteps or like a drinking or eating sound effect. But for the most part, it came out pretty good. The audio was pretty clear, wasn't too loud. I hope it wasn't too loud. If it was, let me know in the comments. I will fix my audio. I did nearly put in a line that said, "Don't worry, we're far enough away from singularity that we won't lose a lot of time." Nice. Being that close to the black hole, a few minutes in that lounge is probably years on Earth. That's a good point. Yeah, I wonder if people come to the Singularity Lounge to pass time. That'd be an interesting way to pass time. Just people coming over here. Time goes by faster everywhere else, and they just relax here. Maybe there's a maybe there's like a little maybe it's like a little hotel or something. Like the this is just like the bar area, the lounge area. But like if you take the elevator up or down, maybe there's like a hotel room or something If you wanted to continue working on this, maybe you could take the Garnak plot line a little further. Maybe you could take that Steve plot line a little further. Maybe the old man, John Singularity himself, could tell you a little bit more about the war and stuff like that. And if there are other characters that have connections to that war that are in the lounge as well, it'd be really cool if some of the dialogue options that you unlock by talking to certain people would unlock new dialogue with other characters too. That'd be really like, for example, like how with the bartenders, like yeah, asking Mateo um about Garnak's availability and stuff opens up that dialogue to the whole nose licking thing. It'd be cool if there was more things like that, or maybe there wasn't. I just didn't see it because I talked to people in a certain order and stuff. But yeah, no, that's really really cool. I do like the character design, especially of Steve. Um, I think we talked about it in the Discord how you got some inspiration from the grunts from Halo, but also was it the Volus from Mass Effect? You can hear that kind of like the Volus. What's the word I'm looking for? Like a little filter, I guess, when that character talks. I thought that was really interesting. But yeah, if you want to continue working on this, I think like expanding the space a little bit, opening up some more rooms, like having that elevator take you to different areas. I think that'd be really cool. Like there could be like a hotel lobby. Maybe it has like a similar vibe to this. You know, like a docking area that the player can come into and introduce the characters to introduce the players to a lot of characters. Pastime would be a great pun for the lounge. Yeah, to pastime. It being sort of long stick station will be interesting. We can be on the inner bit to pass time faster. If time heals all wounds, this is where you want to be. But yeah, I do like the time dilation like aspect of black holes and stuff, and it would be cool if this was a place that people can come to literally pass time. That'd be really funny. Son, don't work too much at the inner bar. You're away from home for so long every time. Topic based dialogue, yeah. But yeah, there was a lot of lore here for something so short and sweet. Saw the shadow of the main character. It's a block. My whole game is a lie. Yeah, yeah. A few minutes is probably years on Earth. But yeah, no, that was a fun little time. You got the nice music and stuff like that. You got some nice lore, some nice conversations with folks. It's a pretty chill environment. I do like that. It's very cozy. If you like Time Dilation, is the upcoming game with the same actor from Interstellar. Whoa, interesting. But yeah, in terms of gameplay, there wasn't too much gameplay there. Um, you know, besides it's just like a walking and talking simulator, I suppose. It's like it has like the bones of a good RPG. You know, like you have a setting, you have story, you have some good art. Like the 3D models are really well put together, especially like Steve here. Like Steve looks really really awesome, and I definitely love to see how some of those stories play out in the future. Like you know, threatening to kill Steve for knowing a little bit too much. That'd be interesting to like you know why would your character want to do that to Steve? Um, what happens to Steve if you do go through with it or not? Maybe you can join Steve and his party or his faction or oppose their faction or something. But yeah, no, there's like a lot of good bones here for an RPG if you want to keep going forward with it. The only downside is there's not much in the way of gameplay. So if you did want to extrapolate this more and turn it into a full fledged game, I think having like some gameplay elements would be pretty cool, like a first person shooter or something, um, or platforming or something like that. Should definitely add a time warping mechanic, make it a mystery type of thing. Son, yeah, But yeah, um, that was the Singularity Lounge by Tree Man, aka Nebula Oblivion. If you want to just have a nice little safe space to just chill, I think this is a good spot to do it. Yep, and we got some more praise for the black hole. Yeah, the black hole is looking pretty good. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for submitting to the jam. Thanks for being a team player and like helping other out in the chat as well. I noticed that you've been pretty active in Discord and being really helpful there too. So heck yeah. All right. Next up we have Sadat's Journey to Jerusalem. This is by Bethesda. I almost mistaken that by saying Bethesda, but no, it's a Bethesda. It says here, use turn-based tactical dialogue to accomplish what everybody would benefit from, but no one believes is possible. Okay, I do like there's a GIF of some gameplay and stuff to let people know like what to expect from the gameplay. I will say, I will just kind of preface before I jump into it. This does seem a little political, which I'm not entirely opposed to, but there might be some people that are sensitive to that kind of stuff. So just a heads up, this kind of seems a little bit political. Just wanted to just jump in and say that real quick. So if you are sensitive to that stuff, then you know either look away or you've been warned, and we'll be fine. But yeah, let's check out the jam page first before we jump in. Known issue during the meeting with NPC Botros Gali. The protagonist's portrait remains dark. Please note this is not game breaking. You continue. Apologies for the inconvenience. Another known issue after the first meeting with NPC Menachem Bejin. I'm butchering these names. I'm so sorry. Worth the time spent. Yeah. Black hole is the first day and a half. Yeah. The best of the is the word for my language. Bulgaria meaning talking with. Oh, okay. Nice. So yeah, after the first meeting with NPC Menachem begin, begin. His portrait is not shown on the negotiation graph. This results in a soft lock. Apologies about that. Okay, so we'll try to get past that first meeting with this person. If it does lock, then we probably might call it there. We could try rerunning speed run to get past that point, but if it locks us at that point, we'll probably have to call it there. Patch to fix those issues is going to be released after the jam voting period ends on August 17th. Cool. Story. Play as the Egyptian president Anwar Sadat, who cut ties with a traditional ally and risked exclusion from the Arab group of nations in order to establish peace just years after he waged war. He was a legendary figure whose controversial actions changed the Middle East. Features a negotiation graph, which might be seen here. We'll see. A negotiation graph. See who the supporters and opponents of the cause, who are the supporters of the opponents of the cause. Initiate meetings. The design of the game is based on player skill. You can make the game less difficulty by leveling up the character. Click on the brain icon to open up the level up menu. Okay, so these are different menus. Gotcha. Two mini games which represent the emotional state of the main character. Gotcha. Okay, getting real technical here. Whoa. Says, yeah, I try not to tackle too sensitive topics, but I think when it's about peace and cooperation, it should be good. Okay, no worries, no worries. Late 70s, around November 1977. Cool. Getting some actual lore in the chat. Holy shit. Um, when the attitude is set to build a relationship with the NPC, the player has access to two special actions. They can track the mood points and try to increase the dialogue depth. This is a one button game. You can play with the mouse. Pressing escape will pause the game. Compatible devices designed to be used with desktop computer/laptop. Credits made for Interstellar Game Jam 9 with the theme Singularity. So that's Singular Visit. Ah, I see what you did there. Singular. Visit to the Jerusalem changed the course of history. It remains the one and only visit by an Arab leader to Israel's capital. This is really like I like it when games give you like actual historical lore and stuff like that. It's very rare that you see that kind of stuff in games. Use Krita to draw the faces of two historical figures on a Wacom tablet. The idea is about negotiation graphs inspired by the concept of Level 2 negotiation game by James K. Sabinas. Male, I'm butchering these names. Mael Mary Loop, visual novel creator, character creators, male and female. Kenny Pax, nice. We got Kenny. And then the Wood Floor by Forgotten Adventures. Sick. All right, we'll crank up the music here and we'll check it out. Like there or something. That's a little loud. That should be good, I think. Maybe a little less. That should be good. Yeah, we have the developer in the chat right now. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, it's really cool when games do like either like historical fiction, but that leans more into like the historical accuracy part of the like fiction because it's a video game. Players have agency, so even if it's historically accurate one to one, since the player has agency, it could deviate a little bit from historical accuracy. So I always call historical based games historical fiction. Right, let's check it out. Oh, oh, okay. Progression. It's got these yellow bars at the top there. To succeed in the conversation and gain experience points, it is necessary to advance it. To orient how far it has advanced and how much is left, check the arrows at the top of the screen. Okay. Two types of actions: basic and advanced. Basic action, your character gains one power. In advanced action, your character loses three power. Move the conversation forwards towards completion. Okay. This is. Wait, hold on a second. Power. Where's power? Okay, this is just progression. That's not power. Okay. So, okay, there's my power. Gotcha, gotcha. So, my turn. We'll do it advanced because we have a lot of power. Instruct advanced. When the NPC leads, it is important to tune to what the NPC is expressing. Watch carefully at their portrait on the right side and notice how there's a colored sphere which appears momentarily. There are four possible positions. It may appear at random. Directional listening. When it's turn for your character, all four sources are going to be highlighted. Click on the source which you believe matches the source the NPC uses. Okay. I missed it. I wasn't paying attention. Uh-oh. Let's say purple to start off. Adapt your listening to the needs. When the NPC leads, they express something and hope or expect a specific response from you. Succeeding will bring the two characters closer, proximity plus plus, whereas failing will increase the distance, proximity minus minus. When the NPC's proximity reaches zero, they're going to end the conversation immediately. Gotcha. Three needs. At the beginning of your turn, you're going to see one of these four symbols appear momentarily. Oh, there's more. Oh, wait, did I miss stuff before? No, okay, good. Question check X exclamation. Question check X exclamation. So when you see question mark, when you see it, select support. Check is assert, exclamation is defend, and then the cross attack X is when the NPC is insincere, lying, or wrong. When you see it, select attack. You can save them for reference, or you can challenge yourself and memorize them. Okay. I saw an exclamation point, so that's defend. Wait. Assert, defend. Oh crap! I missed. Oh crap! I think it's defend, and we'll do threaten. Okay, I saw blue. Check. That's check is assert. I saw red. X is attack. Incite. Nice, nice, nice. We got blue. We got question mark. Question mark is support. The discount. We got red. Question mark. Okay, I don't think support was the one. So maybe it's assert. The basic. No. Uh oh. Question mark. I don't know. Is that support again? It's blue. X. X is attack, right? We'll do that one. Nice. Okay, ontological menu. Each character is a complex system operating on 4 layers. You can see representation of them on the menu: fetus, heart, brain, and group. To proceed, select the last one on the right. 3 people in a group. To proceed. Okay, but we got experience. So let's see what we can do here. Increase layer timer, increase need timeout, increase minigame hit zone. Do that one. Do that one. I guess we don't have enough experience points. Okay. What's the heart? Fetus. We have nothing to equip. Okay, so people. I have great memory. Yeah, I'm a hardcore gamer. I game. I game. Soundtracks from a previous game was not meant to be part of the jam. That's perfectly fine. Like I said, you can make things if it's made in the past, as long as it's not made ahead of time for the jam kind of stuff, then it's perfectly fine. It's that way, like you can reuse certain assets. You can bring things back from the past, so that way you don't have to stress too much about making new things for the jam. But I do discourage people getting a head start on the jam. But if you're using older assets, obviously you have permission to use your own assets. You gave yourself permission, so you're perfectly fine to do that kind of stuff. Gotcha. Question marks. Okay. I have great memory. Yeah. Leveled up, indicated by the stars. Okay, cool. I just don't know how much experience I had spent, and I don't know how much experience I had left. All I know is that I gained 14 experience. So I'm under the impression that I either spent all 14 or I spent around 10 experience to level it up. But that's one thing to consider is to make the experience bar a little bit more clear because I don't see it really anywhere at the moment. Okay, negotiation graph. You can see the protagonist, Anwar Sadat, is in the center. The participants who are part of his political faction are on his left side. On the right side are participants from the Israeli side, as well as other foreign actors such as the USA. You can click on the portraits to begin a meeting with the characters. To continue, click on the portrait of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ismaili Fahmy, on the lower left side of Sadat. I'm guessing that's that guy here. Okay, right down there. Click. Purpose of the meeting. Sadat initiates this conversation with the foreign minister in order to organize the delegation for the visit to Jerusalem. To continue, select Defend, Assign Special. Defend, Assign Special. Click to continue. Okay. Counter, I'm not going to Israel. Vanish, I resign. What? The resignation of the deputy foreign minister is an unexpected event with a serious block on the planned visit to Jerusalem. The protagonist was experiencing disappointment from the resignation of the minister, but now with the second resignation, he is experiencing frustration, a loss of control. Debuff. While experiencing frustration, the character cannot take an action to pursue the goal further. To proceed, select the heart from the ontological menu. Finish. Okay, heart. Focus minigame. You can regulate the frustration of the character by clicking within the circle just at the moment when the dynamic ring matches the static ring. You will know that the time is right because the dynamic ring changes colors from white to green. Okay, so when it's green, that's when you hit it. And you click inside the circle. Bam. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, that seems to be done. Okay. Seems this one's already supported, so we'll leave him alone. We'll try to convince this guy here. No? Uh-oh. 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 I think I. Oh, that's the soft lock, isn't it? Yeah, I think I did the soft lock. Purple? No. Okay. The defend. Threaten. Sick. Red. Check is search, right? We'll do basic assertion. Okay, that was a purple, right? And then check is assert again. We're gonna keep getting our power up. Another purple. Exclamation point. Exclamation point was assert. No, that's a check. Defend. And we'll do, because I'm not sure, we'll do sneer. Okay, another red. Another X. X is attack. And we'll do, oh, we got extra power. I thought we were going to cap out at 5. Okay, so we'll do incite. 3 stars. We got a green. And we got another check. Check is defend. We'll do banish. Hey, we did it. Oh, whoa, we're in a plane now. Wait, let me level up. That one. So I think purple. Check is Slovakia. No, it's a different country. We're not there yet. There's also the image with the need symbols on the page. I don't see that at the moment, unless I'm misremembering. Check. 1 2 1 2. I forget. Is that defend? We'll do basic. Is not the one. Okay, we got purple though. X is attack, and we don't have enough to do that, so we'll do that one. Okay, we got green. And we got question mark is support. Basic. Okay. We got another purple. We got another check. Check. I keep forgetting what's what. Check is assert, right? Did we do it? Did we do it? I can't tell if we did it or not. Is this the soft lock? It says scroll down on the itch page. What about the itch page? Oh, these. Oh, yeah, duh. I'm sorry. The 3 needs. Question is support. Check is assert. That exclamation is defend, and X is attack. So remember the attacking one. I remember that one. Exclamation defend. Check is assert. Did we level up? No. Heart. Vetus. No. Other people. Okay. How about this guy? Oh, so these guys are on board now. Okay, cool. This guy is not. Let's talk to this guy. Let's talk to that guy. Let's talk to this guy. Is the game? Is this the soft lock that you're talking about? In the bottom middle of the UI, one of those buttons lets you do a new meeting. Bottom middle of the UI. Which UI? Yeah, it's locked. Okay, let's try restarting. We'll try speed running. Okay. Yep. So we got blue, exclamation point, and that was defend. We'll do a threaten to push this forward a little bit. It kind of sucks that the music cuts off. Like once you do something, even though the music does loop, it would be nice to have a little bit more audio on there. X is attack. Nice. We got blue. And then question mark. What was question mark again? That's support. Okay. We'll do a regular discount support. Nice. We got a green. We got an X. That's attack. 3 stars. We got that. Purple question mark. Wait, what? Question or check? That was kind of both. Presses the character portrait to restart the meeting. Oh, the left upper character. Whoops, my bad. I saw a check, but I also saw a question mark. So I will do check just because that was the second one I saw. I will do basic one. Seems to work. Red question mark. That's support, right? Question mark support. Yeah. Okay. I will do a big one. Nice. Okay. Gotcha. So let's get some. Seems to be doing okay with like the Simon Says stuff. So we'll do that, and then got that. We'll do that. Okay. Talk to this guy first. That was green. And then a check mark is assert. So we'll do that. We seem to be running a little bit low on power, but let's assert ourselves. Assert? No. Nope. Okay. Okay. So we'll do this guy first. And then this guy. Oh. Huh. Press the character portrait to restart the meeting. One more time. At the negotiation graph, you can press on the NPC at the top left to restart the meeting. Okay. I'm clicking them, but it's not seeming to work. Oh, there he is. Okay. Green. Okay. Question mark. Question is support, right? And then let's just hit him with a big one. Boom. Okay. Green. Exclamation is defend. And then we'll do a little basic one. Cool, cool. Purple. X, attack, condemn. Cool. Purple. X, attack, incite violence. Green. Question mark, support. And we'll do a basic one. Nice. We got red. We got X, attack, regular. Okay, we got another red. Exclamation point is assert. Let me double check. No, defend. Oh, almost got that wrong. We'll do a big one. Nice. Okay. I don't think we got any experience for that. Yeah, no experience. Okay, so we go to this chair here. Looks like we got a meeting in place with this guy. We got red, X, attack, frame. Okay, purple, X, attack, condemn. Okay, we got another purple. We got exclamation point. That's defend, right? Just checking. Yes, it is. That, and then we'll do pursue. Okay, nice, nice. We got another purple. We got question mark. That's support. We'll do discount. We got another purple. That's question mark support. Another discount. We have enough to do a bigger one. So it's purple. Another support. Inspire. Nice. We're not getting experience anymore for some reason, which is interesting. Okay, we got this here. We got two supporters. What about this guy? No. Okay. Okay, so we could do this guy again. Attack, frame. Okay. Red, question mark, support. Empathize. Purple, exclamation point is defend. And we'll do sneer. Nice. Is that green? Question mark, support, reassure. Nice. Red, check, which is assert. And we'll do pledge. And then we got blue, exclamation points defend. We'll do sanction. And last but not least, the defend, and we got banish. Yeah, it seems we're not getting XP here. Yeah, missing XP is a bug. Okay, nice to see someone do it so well. I told you, man, I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. But it does seem that we're not. Yeah, we're not getting experience. My guy's walking all over the place here. Nothing here. We got this. Okay, so we did that again. We got this guy's a supporter. We got this going on here. He's still an opponent. Oh, I saw that highlight for a second. Oh, oh. What do I do from here? This is a soft lock point. Okay, the portrait of the rival should appear to the right, but it doesn't. My apologies. Okay, so this is it then? Is this that's it for the game? Just want to double check before I start moving on and giving you feedback. One of the reasons why it's good to have the developer in the chat. We can ask them questions while we're playing. Should be getting the message any second now. But yeah, if that's it, then if this is soft lock point, yeah, at the current state. Okay, so we'll call it there then. Uh, just because we can't really play anymore. We can't push on. So I'll call it there. I will say it is really really interesting that we have like a lot of like uh historical like significance with this game. I like learning stuff and playing through certain events is really really cool. This is the end. Thank you for playing. Yeah, for sure. Thank you for participating in the game jam. Also, there are a lot of really cool elements here. Like again, like the historical side of things. I like games that kind of teach me stuff as I play them. So I'm sure like I saw like a couple like screenshots in the game. So I'm sure there's gonna be a lot more like historical screenshots of events that happened with certain characters, and then you have those characters portrayed here in this like picture and stuff like that. And I like how as you're like succeeding and stuff like that, you can change people from neutral to supporters and potentially change their side from opponents to neutral or something. I like that kind of like social aspect of the game, of the gameplay element being conversation points, like the way you navigate through a conversation using the asserting or defending or attacking or supporting somebody. Those dialogue those dialogue options are really really cool because it kind of shows you how people have to play the political game. It's like, all right, this is how you have these conversations when you're on that level of you know of what's the word I'm trying to find, like I guess politics or whatever. But yeah, one thing I would like more of in this game, obviously, like besides the bug fixing, we can gloss over that. Obviously, like whatever the issues are with the game, I don't have to point out to you all the problems with the game itself. But some of the stuff that's missing from the game that I would like to see is probably like certain like conversations. Like there were certain elements in the game where you have like the forced dialogue where it kind of like pushes you through some of the conversations, at least like for the tutorialization part of it. But it'd be really cool to see like as you're doing these dialogue options, even though it's like the basic like support, assert, defend, attack, that maybe your character says something on the bottom left and then the other character responds with something on the bottom right or something to kind of show like this back and forth of dialogue and kind of let you know like if you did something correctly the person will respond in, I would say, a positive way, but like if you're attacking somebody maybe it's not so positive, but like like if you're doing something correctly the response from the other person is indicative of that. And if you do something incorrectly maybe you upset the person and then they respond accordingly. um I do like that the lighter attacks kind of build up your power, like you're building up your points and stuff and then you can attack them with a larger attack, or I guess not attack because attack is a actual phrase here, but you know what I mean, like you have like more dialogue power with your words, and as you're building up your power you're building up your case, you can hit them with a larger like dialogue option. I do like how like with this one you do see the stats go up over here. That's really really good. That's a really good indicator of doing something correctly. For these like this little like little cheat sheet or whatever. It would be cool if this was in the game to kind of see at any time. It was nice to have it here in the game page so I can kind of scroll down and look at it, but I would much rather prefer it be within the game that I can kind of come back to it at any point, so I don't have to like kind of scroll away from the game and do that kind of stuff. So having like a little cheat sheet like that in the game that I could access at any point, I think would be a huge, huge help. So that way I can better memorize it. Like I got the attack one with the X that kind of like like is a little bit straightforward, but I did forget sometimes when, especially when I wasn't using that dialogue option that much, or it came less frequently, I would forget what that symbol meant. I was able to get the, after a little while, I was able to get the understanding of it. But in the early game, when I still haven't grasped that yet, it makes that a little bit harder. Um, and I'm sure as the game progresses too, like those, the timing between the colored dot and the timing of the symbol popping up gets a little bit faster, so those upgrades will be more meaningful. For me, I'm okay with the time frame for them. I'm able to kind of have. I personally have quick reaction time. I have good peripheral vision and that kind of stuff, so I'm able to kind of get the hang of that, no problem. So I personally have no complaints on that timer stuff. Um, Other people might wish it lasted a little longer. Apologies for the sirens in the background. Sounds like a fire truck. Um, but yeah, I really wanted to see more of those characters. I didn't get to see their names per se, or maybe I missed it. But at least on this screen, it would be cool if you at least had like their first name or something pop up underneath them, so we have a bit more understanding of like who they were in history. Because yeah, like I want to learn as much as possible. So uh, learning the events of what transpired, learning some of the actors of those events would be also really really cool. And I mean, as the game progresses, again, I can't really speak to the game progressing because I know there's more game, but there is a soft lock, so it is unfortunate that I was not able to get to that point. But I would like to see like fire trucks are coming because the games are too fire. um, yeah, so having some names underneath the characters on this screen at least would be really really cool. Especially like for example, like here you're telling me who the person is and you have the image for them, but in the game, besides the image, I don't know who that person really is. And then those slides that happen between the levels, that was really really cool. I wish you gave me a little bit more information as to what was happening during those slides, because as the game continues, uh, more events are going to be happening and stuff, and I want to kind of know how the events link together, because that first meeting in the airport stuff or the airplane, you had the airplane level. I wanted to know who exactly was meeting because it kind of happened a little bit too fast, and how that conversation kind of went. Especially like if you're playing the game and you did things correctly, it should line up with what happened in history. So a nice little recap of the events that you just played as the player would be cool to kind of be like, oh heck yeah, I progressed. This is what happened when you progressed. Oh, that's cool. I learned a little something there. But yeah, leaning into that historical accuracy, leaning into the storytelling elements of it, that would be huge for a game like this. Unfortunately, I didn't get to really learn too much about the fetus symbol and what that would use, but it looks like this is like an equipment screen or something. Like you can equip different things that maybe you know change how some of this operates and stuff, or maybe it gives you a bonus to the conversation dialogue and stuff. We didn't get to explore that too much, unfortunately. But I'm not too sure how relevant it would be to the overall gameplay because I didn't get to play that far into it to see how much of an impact it would have to it. Um, but this is a nice little screen. I think when you have this level up screen, maybe on this screen, you can tell the player somewhere how much experience they have and how much something costs to level it up before they click the level up button. So maybe like, especially later game, when they're trying to manage their resources, they don't spend everything in one place by accident. Having this actually also be like a button, uh, so when you hover over it, you know that it's something you can select, and also having a confirmation screen to be like, hey, when you click this, um, before you confirm, it'll let you know, hey, before you confirm, this is how much this costs, this is how much experience you have, just letting you know, and then you can press confirm or go back to kind of see how much something else costs. For like the first level, obviously everything would cost the same, but as you progress, the 2 star and the 3 star would be more expensive, and the player may or may not have enough to level those things up. That'll be good for them to know as well. Um, but yeah, I really like this screen. I wish this screen was like fleshed out a little bit more in terms of like names and maybe some lines connecting the characters to each other or something to let you know who's associated with who or who knows who. I already talked about that screen. I already talked about this screen, and then the heart symbol kind of opening up that mini game. Even though like I played the minigame and like understood the gameplay elements of the minigame, I didn't really grasp the connection of this minigame to everything else. Uh, but yeah. Oh, and the audio. Obviously, the audio cut off, but you're bringing the audio back in. Maybe having some like little like muffled like conversation VA like to kind of indicate like who's talking or if someone is talking or something. That might be interesting. I noticed there's like a walking around feature, like even though it's kind of a little buggy sometimes. So maybe like some sound effects for the footsteps, um, and that kind of stuff. There's a lot you can do with sound, 100%. So I was definitely consider that kind of avenue for um, dealing with audio and stuff. But yeah, I think that's about all the notes that I have for this game. But yeah, that's for the inventory and equipment. Try to make an RPG engine. That's awesome. Absolutely need to include the level of points. Didn't think about the confirmation. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, there's a lot of like RPG elements I can definitely sense here, and this was like a if you like fully flesh this out, I think it'll be really really fun way for people to learn about a historical event that happened and could probably be reused in the future. Not saying for this game jam, but in general for like just reusing the RPG engine that you're building to tell more historical event stories that happened in the past. Like you have the screenshots, you have like the face shots, whatever you call those. Yeah, whatever you call the portraits of people. Like that's really cool way to a good way to put a name to a face and that kind of stuff. So leaning into that would be huge. But yeah, you're welcome. That's what this stream is all about. That's why I host the game jams because I want people to learn how to make better games. So I'm glad you were able to submit something. I'm glad I was able to play it. And yeah, that was Sadat's journey to Jerusalem. by Besida. Thank you again for submitting. That was awesome. Planning to reuse the engine in other jams. Stay tuned. Heck yeah, sounds good. And again, if you want to work on this some more, to at least fix the bugs and maybe implement some of those systems, check out the post jam game jam. You can start working on some of those fixes now. The fire truck is letting me know in the background that this game has some fire to it, so add on to it for sure and submit it to this jam because it'll be cool to see some of the edits and updates you have to that game. But yeah, all right. Next up here, we have Handle the Recoil by Toramisu Art. I was about to say tiramisu. Toramisu Art. Oh, you are in the PJJ. Okay, awesome. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, once this jam is over, definitely, upload the changes to that one, and it'll be really cool to see how it's been updated since. Um, but yeah, this is Handle the Recoil by Toramisu Art. Doomed to drift into nothingness were it not for your trusty harpoon and shotgun. Yeah, this is another game that has quite a few ratings as well. Whoops. Similar to like the Singularity Lounge, also has like a lot of ratings. But this one is interesting too because this game, well, it has a great amount of comments for this one. Holy heck! This game was also, we'll check out the game page in a little bit right before I play it, was submitted to another game jam called A Little Summer Game Jam. And this game jam as well, there's been a few other people that submitted to it. A lot of them were fraudulent. This one's not. This one actually won that game jam, came in first place in a lot of categories, which is nuts. Congrats on that, by the way. If the developer's watching, congrats on getting first place in this game jam. Unfortunately, that does not guarantee you'll get first place in the Interstellar Game Jam, but it's really cool to see that this game has gotten a lot of plays, have gotten a lot of comments and stuff like that, and both jams. Like it's really really cool to see that this game jam was able to kind of adhere to both themes at the same time. I'm not sure what the theme for this game jam was. I don't want to check right now, but it's really cool to see that. And that is allowed for, like I mentioned earlier, that is allowed for the Interstellar Game Jam to submit your game to multiple jams as long as the majority of the game was made during the Interstellar Game Jam's time frame. And obviously, if it fits the theme, because if it's submitted to multiple jams and it doesn't fit the theme, that's highly suspicious and makes me think that you didn't work on it during the jam period. But this was definitely made during the jam. Was submitted, halfway through the jam. I think it was like right before the other jam ended too. So they were locked in, right there at this time frame. They were locked in for this jam, and the other jam was already like locked in. So like they couldn't even update their game for this jam after they submitted it because the other jam locked down their submissions and stuff. But yeah, let me take a swig of water real quick, and we'll move on to the next game. All right. WAC arrow keys do nothing. You're stuck drifting in space. Thanks. Right click is to hold and shoot your harpoon, and left click is to shoot your shotgun. Whoa. Oh, I didn't read the little tagline here. Yeah, Doom to drift into nothingness. Were it not for your trusty harpoon and shotgun. Okay. Your spaceship suffers a catastrophic failure while traveling in the FTL zone. Now stranded, drifting in a space where only monsters reside, you have to embrace what you know to be true. Sometimes the only way out is through. We got a great GIF here showing off some of the gameplay here. That's pretty cool. But we're about to show off some even better gameplay because I'm a hardcore gamer. I'm a big time gamer with a capital G. Sometimes the screen goes black and white. Toggling full screen a few times should fix this. Okay. Art and game by me. Shout out to me. Me's all over the place here. And we have a whole bunch of credits here for the assets that they use for the game. That's awesome. Oh, these are sound credits. Sorry, but yeah, essentially credits for a lot of the assets that they use for the game. All right, Let's check it out. Oh no, I'm just not talking because I like to. If a game has like music in the menu or something, I like to let it play out for a little bit. I like appreciating the audio. It seems like the audio just looped. All right, we got a lot of options here, including an options option. Let me crank that music up a little bit. FPS limit? What? I have 85 hertz monitor. It doesn't do 90. Okay. Oops. I think I accidentally pressed play. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Maybe the audio's too loud now. The hitbox is a little too big. The grapple hook has some range, okay. Oh, I died. Let me lower the music a little bit. I think I cranked it up a little too high. Put it back to like 50 or something. No, get up. No, yeah, the hitbox in some of those art assets are a little bigger than the art asset itself. hard to really hit what you want to hit sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. Oh, I can harpoon them to me? That's pretty cool. Oops, I got hit again. Is my health at the top? I think my health is at the top. Nope. Oh, oh. Here we go. Ah, dang it. Okay, we got more. Okay. Let's. I'll take that. I got 190. Let's do fire one more pellet. 130. Detonate. Yep, we'll take that. And then do that as well. Alright. Let's see what we have here. Because we have. Okay, there's the upgrades menu here that we just saw. Level select. Tutorial, the trial, and endless mode. Did I unlock the endless mode immediately? NPCs as anchors, yeah. Both the trains as moving anchors. Yeah, I'd like that too. I think the trial is. Where? And the salvage is the experience, right? Okay, that makes sense. And the harpoon doing damage is awesome. Okay. That's right, the shotgun blasts you in a different direction too. There we go. Fuck you. Whoa! I got hit. I thought the lightning bolts had damaged me before. I don't know if it's true or not. Oh. Okay. Give me loot, give me loot. Nope. Okay. That was close. So the enemies even get trapped in the black hole. I like that too. It's not just a hazard for me. I can juke them into it and stuff. No, no. Oh, almost died. Times, let's go. Okay. No, got me. Time's up. I don't know if that was endless mode or not. We got upgrades. Finish a tethered enemy within 2 meters below 40 health. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. We're gonna get it anyways. Just so we have all the upgrades at least. Fire one more pellet. Kills detonate. That probably means more damage or something? Let's max all that out real quick. Yeah, this game is nuts. I also like the train as anchor points. I like the black holes as elements that affect the enemies as well as the player. But let's try that endless mode. I don't know if that was endless mode or not. Oh, it wasn't. Okay, cool. This is endless mode. Off the screen. Whoops. Where the bad guys at? Where's the bad guy at? I don't know where the bad guys are. Oh. Main menu? Do we keep our salvage? Yeah, okay, we keep our salvage. Do one more on that one, and then we'll try to see if we can save up for the other ones. Once we fill out that tree, I think we're done, but it looks like I messed with the game too much. Enemies are just not spawning in anymore. Or an enemy that spawned in was out of the map, and I couldn't get to him. Get me out of this thing. Woo. Woo. Okay, now it's not glitched anymore. Now it's spawning. Oh, that was close. Oh, that was close. Oof. There we go. No. Ah, dang it. All right, one more, one more to level up. Good run. Can we get to wave 10? out of here. Oh. Ouch. I think I have enough salvage to get the last upgrade, so this will be my last run. Otherwise, I'll be playing this for a while. Ah, that's messed up. No. 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 I'm getting stuck in a loop. No. Okay. I can play this game for a while, I will say. And I wonder if yeah, the shout sorry about that, I didn't mean to scream. I could definitely see myself playing this for a while, and I wonder if salvage was that say in the bottom right? Salvage ranked? Banked. Okay. I thought it was like a rank or something. I can definitely see myself playing this for a while. I will say the really cool elements of this game, obviously, it's like the harpooning and shotgunning. This gives me some shoot to move vibes. If you all are familiar with that, the meme theme from GMTK that never gets selected because everyone just keeps making shoot to move games. This gives me a lot of shoot to move vibes. Um, I like the harpoon aspect of it. I like the dynamic environment that you can harpoon to things as things are moving, so you can move as it's moving too. The shoot to move with the shotgun is also a really cool element as well. I wish that there was more linear levels for this kind of game. I like the endless mode, and I like the way you kind of unlock that through, beating the game. But there's only one linear level, and that's the tutorial, which I guess makes sense. But I have infinite shells and I can go forever. So I like the linear aspect of the level, but there's not much to do in terms of like level progression wise. It's just survive as long as you can. So when you tutorialize to reach the singularity to escape, I had assumed that other levels would have that kind of element to it, where I have to find the black hole to get out of the level. Um, but yeah, no, it was just a survival kind of mode for the most part. So level two and level three, level two being the actual level that you play, and then you can unlock endless mode, and then level three being the endless mode. Were just survival modes, and instead of that linear kind of element like the first level had. Um, I think like if you wanted to like lean into this kind of aspect, having some more linear levels, placing enemies throughout the level, you can still have like those battle arenas, and then you have to survive a certain amount of waves before like a door unlocks, so you can then progress through the level. I think seeing more of that, like level progression aspect, I think that would be really, really cool for a game like this because the moment to moment gameplay is spot on. Like, it's really fucking tight. It's really good. The harpoon and the shotgun, like, they play together really, really well. Um, but there were some times where I was kind of stuck in a corner because I just kept, trying to shotgun people that were approaching me, and because I was doing that, I was pushing myself back into the corner, and that got me sniped a few times or just stuck in those circles with the explosions and stuff. And I mean that's part of the game, and I like the dynamic environment that kind of allows the player to use the environment to help them move through the environment. That's really cool. But what was that possible? But yeah, just it being in the survival mode, I like the survival mode, and it's really cool to see how long you can survive, especially in the endless mode. There being a timer for the other level was a little bit weird, because there's no like consequence besides just the game telling you time's up. there's no consequence for like the main character of the game for taking too long to complete the level. Like there's no like impeding doom that's about to consume the player or something, or like an oxygen supply or something like that that would you know shout to the character like, hey, if you don't get out of there in a certain amount of time, it's over for you or something, or maybe like the singularity closes and you're stranded and that's it, the game over. So like if you are going to put a timer for some of these levels, having that impeding doom factor that the player can visually see would be really important. So that way they could know how much time they have left without looking at the clock. They can see that that impeding doom is getting closer or more threatening or whatever, and that can help the player with that urgency and move along. Um, but yeah, having linear levels, if you're going to have linear levels, I think removing that timer would be useful because you don't want to really restrict the player like, hey, if you don't you don't want to restrict the player with a time limit because you're already restricting them with a destination. Maybe you could have something like a timer that counts up or something in that regard, but if it is like the black hole's closing, so you only have a certain amount of time to get there, I think that could be communicated a little bit better to the player instead of just like 5 minutes, boom, game over. Because for that second level, it was just like a survival level, so it kind of felt like an endless mode to me, but it wasn't. So like having a timer for that second level especially doesn't make too much sense, especially when you have the endless mode they unlock afterwards. Um, but having like a blend of linear and survival throughout an environment, you still have to get from point A to point B. You have to survive certain areas in between in order to unlock the pathway to get to point B. You know, that I think you can do a lot with. There's a lot of improvements you can do for sure with the level design, but what you have so far is a really good starting point for, getting a whole like game made for this kind of element. The uh the third level in particular, the endless mode, having a lot more moving pieces throughout the level made it a lot more exciting, a lot more dynamic, and made the gameplay that much more interesting. But the second level in particular, you have the wave based and you have the timer. I feel like those two things don't really mix together all that well. Like maybe the enemies keep coming, but a portal opens. That portal is open for a certain amount of time. You have to get into that portal to leave the level before the enemies overwhelm you or something, and or the portal closes and you're just left with all those enemies. There's that aspect of it. That being said, if you are going to have linear levels with some rooms that you have to fight a lot of enemies, you have a really good amount of enemy variety in this game as well. You have like the melee units, you have the sniper units, you have the teleporting units, you have the bomber units, and there was a few more that I didn't quite grasp what they did, but you have a lot of variety here. The only thing I think you're missing, again, if you're doing like a more linear experience, or even if you're keeping it with the round base for endless mode or whatever, or wave based, uh, including a boss battle, like a boss fight, either after like wave 10 or something, or when the player progresses through a certain amount of the level, like right before that last portal opens or something, having a tougher enemy, a larger enemy that has a unique move set or whatever. Maybe it combines a few of the existing enemies already, like some of their mechanics. It combines that to a one larger unit or something. Maybe there's like a health bar, or maybe there's no health bar, whatever. Like it can take a few shots before it dies. I think that would be really, really cool, especially for a game like this. Like if you have a large enemy that you're trying to defeat, but he's so big, you got to work your way around him, or if you touch him, whatever, he has like spikes on him that do damage to you. I think that would be phenomenal. Um, that being said, this is a really, really well put together game. There's definitely improvements, like with the hitboxes for some of those environment pieces. My grapple, my harpoon was getting stuck on the corners of some of these hitboxes, even though the image that's displayed is smaller than the hitbox. You also have the shotgun when you're shooting at enemies that are hiding behind this item, this object. The shotgun is hitting that corner and not allowing for the shot to go through. You also have this upgrade screen, which was really cool. One of the things that I wish you did to flesh this out a little bit more, like obviously make it so that it's a lot more expensive for some of these upgrades, especially like the infinite ammo one. I don't know what Executioner did. Finish a tethered enemy within 2 meters below 40% health. I don't know what that means. Like, does that mean if I'm tethered to an enemy, if I get that close to them and they're below a certain amount of health, that they die automatically? I think that could be communicated better, especially since you have multiple upgrades to this. What does it mean when you upgrade it further? You know, does that mean the distance gets smaller? Does that mean that their health percentage is lower? You know, is this my health or their health? Like, is it relative to that? I don't know. So I think a clear description for what Executioner does could be handy. And I think having an extra upgrade, since we're having a lot of these upgrades, I think one more upgrade that you can include in here is having bullet penetration. So we have the shotgun and stuff, but when it hits an enemy, the shotgun pellet disappears and it doesn't do damage to anything behind it. I think having some bullet penetration, especially as an upgrade, where you can upgrade the shotgun barrel or whatever to or the shotgun shells to especially since you're doing like levels to each of these upgrades. Like maybe level one could be it could penetrate through one enemy, and level two could penetrate through two enemies, and level three could penetrate through three enemies, or whatever. Would allow for the tougher waves to be a bit more manageable. But you definitely want to have the economy for this be a bit more balanced because, I mean, on one hand, you want the players to play the game longer, so you want them to, you know, have to save up more in order to buy those upgrades. But also, you want to make the game harder. You want to make the game have that kind of sense of progression. So as the game goes on, you know, the game gets harder and makes a lot of those upgrades necessary in order to progress through the game. Otherwise, like the player can kind of beat the game without upgrading anything. Maybe you can have that be like an option too, so like clear the upgrades. Um, but like for example, like if you're gonna have multiple game modes, endless mode, which is pretty cool, especially if you have multiple maps for like this wave-based endless mode, it would be really cool that you can have like one set of upgrades be tied to that, and another set of upgrades be tied to like the level story progression and stuff like that. Um, because like you know you don't want the player to cheese unlocking endless mode and then just like getting all the upgrades and then going back to story mode and then using those upgrades throughout story mode, because then they might just go to the first mission with all these upgrades and just blow through it pretty quickly. So like having like that economy balancing with upgrades, with the amount of resources you need to upgrade those upgrades, and the amount of enemies on the screen or bosses or you know, like more tankier enemies that take more damage, take more hits to defeat. There's a lot of like economy between you know bullet damage, enemy health, salvage, and upgrade unlocks and stuff. So I think balancing those out a little bit better can help with the longevity of the game. So that way the player isn't upgrading everything as quickly as I did, and then you know they stop playing the game afterwards. You know. And for the wraith-based one, if you want to create a boss for that, you can also have the boss be introduced in the story mode or whatever, the linear story mode, and then as you do endless mode, like every 10 waves or something, a boss pops up or something, you know. But this is a really fun, like really fun project. This is a really fun game. There's definitely a lot more you can do with this for sure. But as it stands right now, this is pretty solid. There's just like some minor grievances I have in terms of the gameplay, like I said with the hitboxes and the colliders. But uh, yeah, no, it's really really fun. Oh yeah, and the black holes. Like you introduced entering a black hole in the tutorial. You enter the black hole to get to the next level, but then the other two levels, you see the black hole, but they don't progress to you to the next level. They instead become a level design element or obstacle or whatever, a hazard that both affects you and the enemies, which I think is really cool. But it's a little bit misleading when you introduce that concept in the first level and then you abandon it immediately afterwards. I think it's a little bit like misleading in the way that not like I'm not trying to say it in a really really bad way, but like you know, players get confused. Like I entered the black hole thinking I was going to leave the level, but it just left me stuck inside of it, and the enemies got closer to me and stuff. So yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, other people were having that same the same concern too, the same feedback. But yeah, like you already introduced in the first level. And I think if you continue working on more linear levels for a game like this, keeping that concept makes sense. But if you're gonna have a second or different type of black hole that's just gameplay related, it should be more distinguished. Like I saw you had the blue black holes or whatever. Like you have different types of black holes. I'm not too sure what exactly they do for gameplay purposes, but if you had one that's specifically level end and another one that's specifically environmental hazard, then you should distinguish them a little bit better and make sure it's clear to the player what's what. Otherwise, they get confused, and a confused player is not a good thing. A confused player, unless it's like an exploration game or whatever, or a puzzle game, a confused player would most likely abandon the game if they stay confused for too long. You know. But yeah, that was Handle the Recoil by Toramisu Art. That was a really fun entry, I will admit. And y'all should definitely check it out if you haven't already. It's the little moment to moment gameplay is rock solid. I had a blast. On to the next. I'm gonna sip some water and cool down for a second. So I'm gonna take like a 5 minute break for a sec, just to drink some water and cool down. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna turn the AC on for a little bit 'cause it's getting hot in here. All right, I'm back. Cut that out. All right. Next up, we have Sing Heart Ularity. Is this a singing game? I wonder. This one's by Squelpy, Sqlpy, Squelpy, Squeeple, Squelpy. I was gonna say Squeeple. Shout out to all my Squeeple out there. This one's by Squelpy, former IGJ champ, and I believe Tree Man was as well. I can't remember. If not, then Tree Man got pretty close before. Um, but yeah, thanks for welcoming back. Hell yeah. This is a colorful letter collecting puzzle part. Rated by 21 people so far. Dang, you guys are rating a lot of these. I'm not sure because those high ratings if it's because the games were submitted early, probably. People saw it before and got to play it before the submission ended or the submissions closed. But we've been seeing a lot of games with like a heck of a lot of ratings, which is great. Good dough, mate. Good dough, mate. I didn't even read a lot of these in the past. This is mostly like a vibe check to see if the game actually was made for the jam. First, I lost first place by 0.02. Dang, that sucks. Yeah, the jam ratings can be brutal sometimes. I apologize. But yeah, the game was about singing nonsense words like eularity, spelled with the letters of the word singularity. There's also one more interesting property of the word which comes to play, but that's a spoiler. Go play it to learn what that might be. Additionally, the goal of each level is to loosely inspired by the theme. The goal is to touch every single tile and collect all letters until one single one remains. All right. Singularity, WSD or arrow keys. Undo is Z, okay. And then restart is R, okay. Touch every single tile and collect every single letter. Made in slightly more than 48 hours for the Interstellar Game Jam 9. Stuck? Here's some hints. We ain't gonna need any of those hints because we're too gamer for this. I think it's 4 a.m. where Squelpy is. I pinged him in Jam Chat, but he's probably asleep. Yeah, it's I forget where exactly they're from. Denmark, Belgium. I forget where exactly. But yeah, it's late. It's late o'clock over there, or overnight for them right now. But yeah, let's check out this game here. We'll try it full screen in a second. Okay.
Singularity.
Okay. Oh, the music went away. Singular. Where'd the music go? Here. Singularity. Sinularity. Okay. Oh, this one's tricky. Sing you. No, I messed up. Z, right? Lord. Singularity. Um, so we're gonna go like down here, right? Cinerite, right? Uh oh, messed up. Snarty. Okay, snarty. Okay. What? Uh. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Singing, singing, ing, singing, ing, ing, ting. Uh oh. Oh, this one looks tricky. Nining. Oh, this one's silly. No, it's. Uh oh. Uh oh. Hmm. 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 Okay, okay. Slily. Okay. Railgun. That's cool. Uh oh. Hmm. 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 What happened to the audio? They had audio. There seems to be an audio glitch. Rip music. The sound is a nice part of it. Yeah. It says the words are all wackadoodle at the end. Are you spoiling the game for me? Hmm. So like I want to do that, and I either want to end here or I want to head there first so I can end here. But I'm not too sure yet. Like yeah, like the G is impassable right now. Oh, there's supposed to be even more audio, and it says it out. It reads it out loud. Oh no! Why the audio just disappear? It's weird. Okay, so this L, right? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Singularity. Oh, I didn't read it. This one's just sing, right? Easy. This is sin. No. Hmm. Hmm. I wonder if the letters lock early. Also, I'm gonna check one of the hints. Not because I need help, but it seems like we're far enough along that it won't be relevant. So I just want to see what one of the hints would look like. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Hmm. Hmm. Also, like I'm guessing, like when I pick a letter, if it locks the other letters, then I'm guessing that means it cannot be unlocked again. So this is a the YT come after the A. It seems, and it seems like Y is the last one, so T is before Y. In which case, no, that's then it needs N. Hmm. Okay, let's do this. So I seems to be the next one because nothing locks over there. A is probably the third to last. Y is the last. And T is the second to last. So ATY seems to be the thing. N is before L. So INLT. No. I. No. Oh. Oh. Hmm. This one's tricky. Yeah, at the end of the okay. Hmm. Sliot. Is this the hardest level? Okay. Hmm. How do I get to that without hitting any other letters? Is a question. Hmm. We're gonna beat this. We're gonna beat this. It's like I want to come in through here and go around it or something. Wait. Hmm. Hmm. There we go. Snailty. Okay, we got that one. Okay, okay, okay. I'm kind of getting it. I'm kind of getting it now. So this is like a two-way lane here. So we go in and out. So we have to do something up here and do something up there immediately afterwards. Same thing with here, which means we have to come in and come out two times here. It's not Y. It might be L. Maybe it's G. Yeah. Hmm. Because doing certain letters unlocks other letters, right? Hmm. Okay, so Y seems to be the last one again. Is A the one I'm supposed to get next? Or N, rather, sorry. Hmm. Okay, so T locks all of them except for Y. Y locks all of them. L locks all of them except for TYR, which makes you think that R is before L. And then U locks all of them except, or locks G and N. So it's like G and N are like the next ones. So like N is probably the first one we need. Hmm. Hmm. I think we're getting somewhere here. So maybe it's like this. Yeah, look at that. I figured out I'm on to 13. I'm also there. Are you playing along, aren't you? The 12th haven't to beat yet, and then 13th you're on. Okay. This one is tricky. Some of them are already locked. Okay. 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 So Y is the last one there. Let's see, how do I do this? Okay, that looks like the word. Ooh, guai. I gotta find a pattern to it. This is tricky. Okay, okay, okay. So what if we do something like this? And then we need the A and the Y. So we could do. There we go. Yeah. And then this one has to be what? TY is the end. Let's try to figure out what the order of operations is first. That's right, TY is the end. Okay, so. Oh, it blocks the end there. Right. I guess you just can't have two ends next to each other. Or if you use one letter, it blocks the other. ITY. So, hmm. Hmm. Oh, this is interesting. So this is probably going to spell out singularity, right? Single. This one's tough. Also sucks that the audio went out. I really liked the music at the beginning. It's a little audio. I probably should have just restarted immediately to see if it'll keep going. Oh, it popped up. Okay, it popped back up. And it went away. Okay. Snin. Alright, Snin. SNIN. Okay, so SNINGR? No. GAR? SNI. Hmm. Hmm. We lettered epic in the order of the word singularity. Let's go back in time, kind. This shows up twice. So the letters we activated. Oh, are you giving me hints? Do we have to pop up open a hint here? The theme of the jam was made for. The theme of the jam this game was made for was singularity. Okay. Letters must be collected in the order they appear in the word singularity. Ah, okay, okay, okay. That's not always the case, right? Sing you T. But then there's also those other ANs right there. I know I'm getting somewhere. Okay, fine. We'll use more hints. We'll use more hints. There's a very good reason to collect them seemingly out of order. Perhaps look at the spelling of the word. Does anything stand out about the letters? The colors, maybe? In the order of the word singular, let's go back in time since it shows up twice. There are two letter I's in singularity. They count as both positions forming a loop. Any letter after the first can be picked up again whenever you pick up an I. Oh. So that's why we can do that. Okay, snin. But singularity, so SI. So we only have one I. The I is a reset. Okay, the I is a reset. And we need to get the N and the A before we get the I. Okay, so okay, ing u larty. Okay, okay. Go back. Okay, so we need to get the A and the N before we get the I, so we can get the A and the N again. But then what? Do we get this? It blocks the A? Singularity. No, it doesn't. S is what we start with. I should be the next one, but because it pops up here, we can get any of these three, four, whatever, NGULAR in that order before we grab the I. And the I resets, and we need the TY after the Y, or after the I. So S S N G U L A R. Yeah, figure out how to get to that Y. Okay. So we want to loop around here in order to get the NG. And then that's blocking us off here. That's the problem because we want the R to get to TY. This is a tricky one. Can't quite figure out how to not block something off here. We'll look at more hints. Last one here. Because of the above, you can reason about if a letter besides I appears multiple times, it must be collected before and after collecting an I. Additionally, T and Y must be collected last no matter what. Yeah, I figured that. Okay. So we gotta go from here, like to here, right? So, or something. Which means if we're doing that, we don't need this space here. Snaring and Larity. So TY is the last one. There we go. We got it. Let's go. I'm going to refresh because the audio went out right away. See if we can speed run it.
Singularity.
It cuts off immediately. What the heck is up with that? That's weird. I don't know why it happens.
Singularity.
It immediately cuts off for me. I don't know why that happens. Oh well. That was Singularity, and I really wish the audio worked for that. That's a weird audio bug. Um, Hopefully, not everybody runs into that issue. Otherwise, that's probably going to affect your sound score, unfortunately. Unless there's like a download version or something that I missed, but nah, doesn't seem that way. But yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. That was a nice little mind bender right there. I do like the little unique twist in the theme you had there, just using the word singularity and creating like a little word puzzle with that. I really wish I could hear that audio so I can enjoy the music a bit more and that kind of stuff. I mean, I could just sit here for a little bit to at least appreciate the music before it like cuts off for whatever reason. The hints helped. The hints helped a lot. I thought it was just going to spoil the answers for me. That's why I didn't really want to open them right away or see if I could kind of figure it out. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why the audio is messing up for me. Um, yeah, I'm sure the audio plays a huge part into this game, so I can't really speak on that too much, unfortunately, just because it was glitching out for me for some reason. If you can fix that for a later edition, that'll be really cool, so other people can enjoy it. But let me, I mean, I have to try it again, but it's probably gonna cut off again.
Singularity.
Yeah, it just hard cuts right after that. It sucks. I do like that the hints, yeah, like Tree Man says, it explains the logic behind the answers, not the actual answer to the puzzle itself. But yeah, that was Singularity by Sculpey. That was a fun little mind bender there, and I'm glad I was able to solve it. For those that need a tutorial, you can just watch that part and figure out how to answer those. That was a really cool little twist there too, with like how some of the logic of the letters work and stuff. Yeah, if I had any feedback, I do like this main menu because it explains the game aspect of it. But maybe like for some people that just want to see some of the puzzles or revisit some of the puzzles. Oh, whoa, music's got a little trippy there. Nice. Being able to kind of revisit some of that and just go back and try out some of those levels directly, especially like maybe they get stuck somewhere and maybe they can come back and revisit it. Um, but yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. Not too sure what I can say in terms of feedback for the game besides like that audio glitch. Um, the graphics are pretty straightforward. I think you mentioned that you made this pretty quickly too. Yeah, less than 48 hours or more than 48 hours. So there's like a lot of polish that you weren't able to kind of implement just because you were super pressed on time and stuff. But even for that amount of time, I like the little dancing letters. I like the little sound effects too. That does help out a lot. It just sucks that for whatever reason my game audio glitched. That does kind of suck. But yeah, sorry, I won't dwell on that audio glitch too long. The sound effects are really cool. The art is nice and neat. I like how the trail, the color trail, kind of tells you what the last letter you picked up was. The hints are pretty cool too. Um, if there was like a way to kind of have these hints pop up in game, like maybe it's like a little button on the top corner or something to kind of let you know, or I guess the bottom left corner since the top is populated. A little bottom left corner to have like some text displays to kind of let the player know without scrolling down to the game page. Would be interesting too. Um, or like a hint button in general to kind of let the player know like what the next letter should be that they press. But this was a lot of fun. I could definitely see creating a lot of puzzles with other words or just like other like formations of words and stuff. Maybe like have instead of like a like if you do have like a level select, maybe also like kind of like time the player or count the amount of moves and undos that the player did for each level to kind of see if they really were able to grasp the concept. Because like a gold star system, like you know, like oh if you beat it in this amount of moves without any undos, you get 3 stars or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas around. I'm not too sure how like valuable my feedback would be for this game, just because I, I I had a good time playing it. Don't get me wrong, I had a really fun time playing it. So I beat it. So it is definitely possible, and I'm glad that the game is completable too, because there's there's certain games that are out there that are either endless or like the ending is bugged or something, so there's like no way for you to complete the game. So it is nice that this game is completable. So I do like that. The level of polish is really nice too. The little flashiness of the letters whenever you collect them and when you complete the level, the little bouncing letters up and down, it all looks really, really great. But yeah, Not too much. Not sure how much more there is to say there. But yeah, that was Sing Heart Eularity by Squelpy. And that was a really fun game of just like teasing all those little letter combinations and stuff like that. It was a nice little puzzle game. All right, how many games we got left? I'm falling behind here, so I'll try to speed things up. So we got one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10 games to go. Did we really only play 4 games? Are you serious? We did. Okay, cool. Let's speed things up. Somewhere in space, the black hole container has been damaged. You must reach the button to fix it, or else you risk becoming spaghetti. Oh, this is our second spaghetti in the game, in the game jam. Hell yeah. This is by Octo Koi. We're gonna check this out again. Pretty good submission or ratings by people already. That's pretty good. All right. This is the delicate black hole container. Oh, okay. This is the delicate black hole container got cracked and repair bots are offline. It's your job to turn them on again, though first you must go through a bunch of obstacles. You also only have a limited amount of time, so you better be quick or you might be turned into spaghetti. Made for Interstellar Game Jam 9. You got some options for sound and music. That's good. Nice. Credits. Yeah. We got some credits, boy. Let's give it a shot. Let's also zoom in a little bit. I know we can full screen. Okay, full screen works. Let's zoom out then, if that's the case. And my little guy isn't blocking the screen too much, is he? Probably is. Okay, let's make him a little smaller. Whoop. All right. Somewhere in space, a meteor makes its way to a spaceship. Thankfully, it wasn't large, nor was it going at high speed. However, within the ship lies a very delicate black hole container. Uh-oh. What's going on? An emergency? Are the repair bots not on? Guess I gotta activate them. Reach the button in 60 seconds. Let's do it. Uh-oh. Checkpoint. Oh, okay. 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 20 seconds. Yeah. Phew, the repair bots are on. Might as well add some tape to help them out. I was in such a rush, I forgot my breakfast. Oh no. Yo, friendly reminder to everybody out there breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Congrats on go have some breakfast. Click the cereals to eat, click the box to refill. So hungry, your stomach is a singularity. Yeah, it is. Singularity O's, and these are all just little black holes. Oh, was that it? That was the whole game? That was fast. That was fast. I know there's a time limit, but that was hella fast. See, how fast can we do it this time? Got 40 seconds on the clock. Can we do it in 30? Oh, that was close. If I didn't die, we would have got it in 30. Close, we were close. Yeah, first try. I'm telling y'all, I'm a gamer, big time, hardcore gamer over here. That was pretty easy for me. Uh, I will say, I mean, like I said, for me that was easy. For other people, I'm sure they had some struggles with the level. Might have to retry a couple times. I would say probably tutorialize the player a little bit better with some of the elements of the game, like moving and jumping is one thing, just like tutorializing that, and then giving them a safe space to not even die. I should probably die to see what the end condition is. Give the players like a safe space to experiment with some of the controls. Like, I know there's a time limit, but if there's multiple levels, each level could potentially have a different time limit. Like the first level could still be a minute long, but what's it called? Having a different amount of levels where the player can experiment with some of the elements without worrying about dying. Because I mean, it's a really short game, which I guess is good, which means I could kind of move on to the next one pretty quickly. But yeah, like some of these parts might be a little bit too complicated for certain people. I'm trying to lose on purpose here so I can get the spaghetti ending. Oh, there's the black hole. And I've become spaghetti. You got turned to spaghetti by a singularity. No end there. Okay. Yeah, I will say adding more levels to the game. I know levels are something that takes a long time, especially there you go. Especially as some of the games, you have to work a lot of time on the mechanics. You got to work on a lot of time with the art and the audio. So I do understand that level design is some of the things that people push off to the very end. Um, with level design, I think that's a huge, very important part of games, especially like platformers or anything that you're progressing through a space, even like puzzle games or whatever, because it's the content, it's the amount of game that there is to play. So being able to have more content for the player means that your mechanics get fleshed out some more, means that your art assets have more use cases, and so you can reuse certain art assets to allow the player to see more of a certain thing, um, and also like more game to play, more space to explore, more room for the mechanics to breathe and be experimented with, not just for the player, but for you as a developer. You can use the same amount of assets in terms of mechanics and art and sound and give it a lot more life in the sense that, you know, more gameplay, more exploration, more levels, more content. And even you could throw in a couple more cutscenes in between those levels so you can show a sense of progression in the narrative too. Um, The mechanics were pretty straightforward in terms of the moving and jumping. It did feel a little bit floaty, but that's okay because, one, it's a game jam. Two, it's sci-fi, so you can have like that little extra gravity. And three, it's a 2D platformer, so it's not that big of a deal. The um the mechanic with the different directions of gravity and stuff, that was really cool. Like what's it called? You have two different elements of it. Like you have the first one here, which is like the space buttons or how to jump. But I feel like before you even introduce these arrows, you should just have like a basic little basic jump for the player to do, a little basic jumping platforming section, right? And then afterwards, you can introduce these arrows that be like, oh, whoa, like this allows the player to get extra height and stuff like that. You also have like these hazards. You got the fire. I think that might be the only hazard. I mean, the arrows as well were used as hazards here to kind of revert the player back and stuff. So like that's also like one really nice use case of the arrows as a hazard. But then you have these areas here where now you have wall jumping and stuff. Like having a section kind of dedicated to that later on in the game. Yeah, we tend to forget. Like allowing the those mechanics and those obstacles and those features to kind of breathe will allow them to have more life in the game, and you can stretch it out too. So like again, like a simple jumping puzzle or whatever for the player can really stretch out that early game. Like you can tutorialize the basic movement mechanics. Cool, you learned how to move, you learn how to jump, and you learned a little bit of those arrow mechanics. Next level, cool. Now we can throw in a few more hazards. You can get more experimental with those arrow directions. Next level, and then you can really like flesh them out like crazy for level 3, and then make the level a lot more challenging and stuff. Another thing too, one of the restrictions of 2D games, um, for this game in particular, there is side scrolling from left to right. However, there's no like there's horizontal scrolling, but there's no vertical scrolling. So the levels are limited. You have that ceiling and you have that floor. I think by allowing some verticality in the game will allow for some areas to really, really feel a lot larger and have the player be, have more space to explore. Um, and it gives you more use case for those the gravity arrows and stuff. It gives you more use cases for those, and it gives you more room to breathe for the level design. So you can give yourself, you can create some really interesting environments, even some environments that probably loop into itself and stuff like that. Because right now, I think this game kind of suffers from what's it called? Like the a lot of things that a lot of 2D games are side scrollers. You go left to right, and this game kind of suffers from that a little bit where yeah, the end goal is pretty clear and all the way to the right, but it's not that creative in the sense of like you can have an endpoint be in the middle of the level, and as the player progresses through the level, even though it's still from point A to point B, it's a very linear experience. They can potentially be looping around, like going straight up and then right and then down and then left and then up again, and then they can get to the end in that regard, like kind of like a spiral kind of level. So experimenting with level designs like that, creating like interesting spaces, especially since you have those directional arrows, you can really get creative with how some of the levels are shaped by that. I think you can do some really, really cool things with that. So, yeah, I know this is like for just a game jam entry, so it might not be something you want to continue working on. But if you do experiment with this mechanic again in the future for another game jam entry or just whatever, um, I think that would help elevate the game a lot more compared to a lot of other side scrollers that go left to right. Especially with a mechanic like that, you really got a lot of like variance with the way you can move throughout spaces like that. But yeah, um, that was Somewhere in Space by Octokoi. That was a lot of that was I was able to beat it right away. So I'm not too sure if others will be able to beat it as fast as me or not. But the fact that it's a browser game, you can beat it pretty quickly. I think other I think sorry, I keep doing that. I think other people should try it out for themselves to see if they can beat me. See if you can beat my what was that? I had 28 seconds left. See if you can beat it in 30 seconds or less. All right. Let me take a sip of water, and then I'm gonna move on to the next one. All right. Next up, we have Earth 7.3, which is a physics-based puzzle game by Minamoto and Leanne D. Rosk. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it because it looks like that's probably a name just smushed together, but that's the name I said. Check out the game page. Meet your destiny as you assume your long sought position as the navigator of an interstellar spaceship. Dodge asteroids, use singularities, gravity to steer your course, or challenge space time going through a wormhole, all in the simple physics based puzzle game. Our submissions to the Interstellar Game Jam 9. Let me see what they wrote here. How does it fit the theme? It's a physics based puzzle game about dodging or using singularities in space. Okay, let's check it out. Once we got level select, I'm gonna check it. Whoa! Now that's a lot of levels. Looks like we can't play them yet because we haven't unlocked them. It seems to be grayed out. Let the song play out for just a moment. Let's sip some more water in the meantime. All right. I think it looped. I'm not sure, but we can start it up now. Hello there, Navigator. Welcome to our spaceship. You will guide us to our home planet, Earth 7.3. Okay. Click and drag on the screen to set the ship's direction and how much fuel we want to use. Easy peasy. Let's go. We did it. Jeez, come on, we did it. Unfortunately, Earth 7.3 is located in a very unstable part of space. We don't know why, but black holes keep showing up here. I guess we like aim here or something. Not so much. Here? Hey, we did it. Such a bummer, we gotta make some lemonade with these giant dark lemons. Nope. Close. Hey, there we go. Okay, cool. Double trouble. Close. Hey, there we go. Good job there. Now it seems to be Singularity's gotten bigger. Uh-oh. I do like these lines, I will say. Like, it's really helpful for me to be able to kind of target where I want to target, you know? Okay. Close. Oh, so close! So close! Yeah, look at that. Do we want to go like down or something? Oh yeah, we do. I missed though. That works. Be careful with the asteroid, unless you want to see a cool explosion. Then someone definitely took the effort to. Never mind. Yeah, let's check it out. Hey. Okay, let's do this. Oh no, that's bad. This right here. Almost. Nice. Is that hole white? My ninth sense says those singularities are connected somehow. Oh, that's cool. Let's try this. Nice. That is sick. Holy crap. Last challenge. Where's Earth? Up here. Okay, so we want to go whoop whoop and then whoop whoop. Okay, cool. Let's do this. Let's go straight for this asteroid. I think that's the point here, right? Or here? I knew it. I knew it. Thank you for helping us in this journey. Let me remove my helmet so we can see each other face to face. I was never good in physics-based games. I was never good in physics-based games. See you out there, Navigator. I hope you have a good last journey back home. Holy. Okay, so it looks like we want to go like here, so go there. So, no, wait. This is boom, boom, boom. That angle. So we're gonna go this angle. Like here, here, here. Oh, that was fast. GG. That was fun. So yeah, that was Earth 7.3. That was really interesting. I like the obviously you have the black hole mechanic of the what's it called? The slingshot going around the black hole area. Then you have like the black and white holes, whereas the teleport. That was also really dope, and the way you kind of have to use that. And then you have the asteroids. There's a lot of cool elements all together tying up. The level progression is nice. You introduce things one at a time. Oh, that was really well put together. That was a really good example of tutorialization for the player, I will say. The mechanics were really nicely put together. Little explosion effect was nice, little addition as well. The last level was very tricky because the asteroids didn't reset when you reset. That's the only gripe I have with the last level because I think that should be a thing that happens, the resetting portion of it, just because when I try to shoot myself again immediately after respawning, I accidentally bump into asteroids sometimes. But really interesting mechanics that came together really well. The little 8-bit sound effects was really cool too. Not sure why the game is called Earth 7.3. There might be a reference that I am missing out on. Like, why is this the 7.3rd Earth? You know, I feel like this is I guess like a numerical kind of thing. But yeah, no, that was a really interesting physics puzzle game for sure. Heck yeah. I'm not too sure if anyone would ever will be able to get to the end like I did. I mean, the puzzles are pretty straightforward and it's pretty forgiving as well. Uh, trying to give some feedback here that I can help you for improvements. But like I said, the tutorialization of each of those mechanics was really spot on. Like you definitely took your time with teaching the player how to utilize those mechanics and then bringing it all together level by level, progressively getting harder and harder as you introduce those mechanics. That's a really well put together game right there. Um, yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of lore, I guess. Like, why is the astronaut an alien? Are we also aliens? Is there like a little division there? Is they an alien and we're human? I'm not too sure. So maybe having a little bit more of like a lore explanation could go. That's a good go a bit as well. But yeah, I don't really know what much else to say here besides good work, good job putting this game together. The audio was nice. You had the sound effect of the ship flying. Maybe I don't know if there was a sound effect for the teleporting. If not, then maybe there should be. Um, but yeah, no, I had fun with this one. This is good. I really don't know what else to say, so I'm just gonna move on. Otherwise, I'll just be here thinking and thinking more than I am talking. But yeah, well done. Seriously. All right, next up we have Black Hole Control. I think this is about the halfway point for us here. Yeah, this is about the halfway point for us here. Even though I have been spending a lot longer playing these games than I thought I was going to. My bad. I like playing games. This is Black Hole Control by Jakinator. I feel like I've seen that name before. It's a puzzle game in which you can only move with the help of black holes, similar to the last one, it seems. Or is it? I don't know. Wormholes and black holes are characterized by singularities. Both are important components of the game. Let's see here. Check out the jam page or the game page. In this game, you help Kraken-like aliens. stranded in an abandoned space station. In zero gravity, the only way you can move it is by pulling it towards black holes. Can you bring it to the spaceship? Oh, whoa. Controls. Use the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 to control black holes and turn them on and off. Press P to pause, quit, or restart the level. I guess those are the options when you press pause. This game is made for Interstellar Game Jam 9 with the theme Singularity. This is the very first time I participate in a Game Jam. Looking forward to receiving constructive feedback. Yo, congrats on submitting your first Game Jam entry. Good job. We might have to zoom in for this one. Let's hit full screens when I press the button. It does. All right. In the weightlessness of space, the only way to move is to let black holes pull you in. Try to escape this space through the wormhole. Oh, I didn't finish reading. Use the number keys to turn the black holes on or off. Press P to pause. Okay, so we got 1, 2, and 3. Nice. First, pick up the key to go to the door. Okay. 3, 1, 3. Let me hit all 3 of them. 2. Nice. Now you have to control 4 black holes. Okay, there's 1 up there, 4 is there, so we want to hit 2 first, then 4, then go up 2, then hit 1 and 4. I guess 4 again. There we go. Although, all right though, it's super late. I'm an old man, can't stay up late. Been fun. Have a good night. Sleep tight. See you, Tree Man. Thanks for joining us and sticking around for so long. Sorry for the stream going on a little longer than it was intended to. I missed the tutorialization step here, but I'm guessing this is a hazard. But yeah, have a good night. Thank you again for all the help and sticking around. Appreciate it. What's taking this rock so long? Um, how does this work again? I don't know. Oh, am I supposed to push the rock? That makes sense. 4, 2. And then again, again. There you go. Oh, and there's a spaceship. Okay, I'm guessing that's the end game. So 4, then 4 3. Oh, 1 3, and then 1 2 fuck. Fuck. Let me reset. Let me. Whoops. Okay. 1 4 1 4. Okay. This is the last level. Okay, so 1 4 4 2. Okay. So I think just 3 at this point. Oh shit. Nice. Nice. Okay. We got that. That's a 2, and then 1. Then we have 1 again. Then we hit 3, and then 4, and then 1 4, and then 2 1. Then we hit 3, right? 2 2 3 again. 1 2 2. Yeah, you won. Heck yeah. These are all the credits there. Heck yeah. How do I get out of here? Okay, there. That's how you get out of there. Heck yeah. Okay, that was a really nice little puzzle game. Audio starting myself. There's no audio control, unfortunately. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. I noticed that a lot of these games had really good like settings. Like I didn't really make too much of a note of it in the past, and I do apologize for some of the games that could have used that more of as a feature. I think, like for example, Singularity, that game because I couldn't hear the audio, probably would have benefited from feedback like that. But one of the things that a lot of games should have is settings for audio control at the bare minimum. Even better if it has like SFX and music and be able to specify like that. But certain games, depending on if you have like controller support or that kind of stuff, being able to kind of allow the player to, tweak how they play the game. I think there's a way for like really handy for a lot of players to have, or a lot of players to be able to manipulate the settings to their liking so they can enjoy the experience a little bit more. For this game, the only thing I can think of that could utilize the settings is one, um, allowing the player to control the audio for sure. But two, I did look away from my screen momentarily for like that rock mission. Was it this one right here? So I wasn't able to figure out immediately what I should do with the rock. Like I literally just stood here and waited for the rock to drift closer by. That's not the intended gameplay. That was my mistake for looking away. But I think that having some sort of way to allow the player to look at those hints again or those tutorialization prompts again would be really handy. Like a button somewhere the player could click or something on the key bindings that will allow them to revisit the that kind of thing. I know there's a retry button, um, which I only really needed to use in the last level, but allowing the players to kind of see those hints at any time could be really, really handy, especially without resetting the level. Because if they get a certain distance, then resetting the level just to see the hints would be kind of a pain for the player. That being said, I do like the mechanics. I kind of wish there was like a few more triangle levels because I do like the shape. I do like the shape variants. The key bindings are a little bit weird. You know, one, two, three, four are a little bit weird, but not the end of the world. It's just that for me personally, I was using the keypad on the right side, so it was a little bit easier for me to kind of position myself in a way that utilized it a little bit better. But for those that don't have a keypad, just it being the four buttons at the very top might be a little bit weird trying to figure out which one is one and which one's four. Because immediately I was thinking number one was going to be on the top left corner, and number four was either going to be on the bottom left or bottom right. But that wasn't the case. One was in the top right corner, and then four was in the top left corner. So it was a little bit tricky at a glance to kind of figure out what to do there. Um, However, that being said, the black hole mechanics were really interesting. Just pulling the player and then obviously having multiple black holes, pulling them to one side was really cool. Um, More triangle levels would be cool, especially if you like had like larger levels, like make the player model a little bit smaller or whatever. Um, this type of game, it feels like it would only work as a one screen type of game, which you did execute, which is good. But I think it kind of limits you as a developer, which restrictions aren't bad always. Um, but it does restrict you in terms of level design. You just have that one screen to play around with. You just have this one screen to create a puzzle. So that's a restriction as you as a developer. Not saying that as a good or bad thing. I'm just saying that as a fact. And that being said, having different shapes like the square and the triangle would help. Like reusing those shapes for more levels would help you create more variants of levels, and you even have the ability technically to have like a pentagon level or a hexagon level, for example. So you can add more buttons to the key bindings. If you are just going to stick with the square shape and triangle shape, or like the square shape, for example, for the keypad players, having like 7, 9, 1, 3, which is sevens in the top right corner, nines in the top, sevens in the top left, nines in the top right, ones in the bottom left, and threes in the bottom right. It's like it orients itself pretty well with the position of the keypad. So that might be handy for some of those players. But I obviously know for people that don't have a keypad, that's that's an abysmal design. So I wouldn't really recommend it. But back to like the options thing, I feel like if you do give the player some option settings, um, allowing like some key bind options would be interesting. So that way the player can just bind whatever key they want for like the top left, top right, bottom right, black holes. So if they don't have a keypad or and they don't want to use the numerical buttons on the top, they could potentially bind it to whatever letter they want to use and kind of do it that way. Um, but yeah, experimenting with more levels, experimenting with more like mechanics like that rock and the key and that kind of stuff, and doing some more elements like that, I think would be really interesting, really cool to see like how a player would progress through certain areas and introducing new mechanics, maybe even hazards as well, because I don't think there were any hazards whatsoever. So like if the player like at first I saw this singularity this portal here at a glance it looks like a hazard. It looks like a fiery pit that you don't want to touch. But uh, if you introduce hazards like that in some of those levels, it would add on to the gameplay, allowing for the player to be like, oh, my character is drifting this location. I don't want them to drift in that location. And it makes them mess around with the controls a bit more. It adds a sense of panic. It adds a forced reset for the level as well. So for certain levels, it allows them to like kind of just hit that obstacle, and now they have to start from the beginning again. So you can introduce it, periodically, not periodically. You can scale that difficulty little by little as you go on, you know. But yeah, I don't know what much else to say for this game, but more levels, more hazards, I think could go a long way. I do like the pulling the player to different directions mechanic. I think that lends itself really well to the theme and the gameplay too. But yeah, that was Black Hole Control by Jackinator, Jakinator, however you pronounce that. I'm going to move on to the next one now. Heck yeah. Oh, was this one? Oh snap. Hold on a second. Let me take a little break here. Let me get some water. All right, how many games we got left? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. We're halfway through. I really got to speed through this because I'll be here all night if I don't. I really need to just get through these. Okay, let me cool off for just a second. I'm gonna turn the AC for a little bit. Um, in the meantime, I'm going to put on the Singularity Lounge just so we have some background music while I cool off for a bit. Sorry about that. It's just getting really hot in here. All right, I'm back. All right. My throat is getting a little bit sore. We have one, two, three, four, five, six. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Sorry, 7 games left. Oy. I'll try to speed run through these as best as I can. If I can't, if it gets too late, uh, yeah, because I've been streaming for a little over 4 hours now. If it gets too late, I might push it to the second stream. The second stream might be the bulkiest because it starts the middle of the afternoon for me. Uh, I might push some of these games until that one. I know I still have a few of them left, but yeah, it's getting really late. Hmm. I think I'll do one more game. I'll do one more game for this particular stream. Seems like a lot of people are asleep anyways, so if anything, tomorrow might be a better day to get more people on. And then we'll continue on. We'll try to catch up with the amount of games we should be catching up with. But tomorrow will probably be the longest stream, anyways. I need to rest my throat. Pause. I need to make sure I don't overexert myself in terms of talking because it'll make future streams harder for me to do. Last last week I did a few streams for the GMTK Game Jam to kind of warm myself up for this one because it's been a while since I've streamed myself playing games and giving feedback and that kind of stuff. So it was like a warm up session. Which there's still a few more games from the GMTK Game Jam that I haven't played. I have like a little spreadsheet that I should have done, or I have a spreadsheet of the games that people submitted for that stream. Um, Mark Brown, he got sick, so he wasn't able to do his live streams during the review period. And I wasn't really trying to compete with Mark Brown. I was just trying to showcase some of the other games from like the Interstellar Garden community, from the Post Jam Productions community, from the Gumbo community, and also like my own friends that aren't involved in any of those communities. I wanted to showcase those games. And then Mark Brown got sick, so a lot of people started flooding towards my streams, and I wasn't really expecting that, and so I kind of overexerted myself. Um, Oops, I didn't realize my mic wasn't down. I kind of overexerted myself a little bit with those streams and wasn't able to continue doing it after a couple of them. So I'm going to do one more game, rest my vocal cords for a little bit, and then move on to rest. And then tomorrow's stream we'll pick up where we left off. We also have like some downloaded games and stuff that I do want to. I mean, I already installed them, but I want to give them the proper amount of time. So I'll do one more game, then I'll do like a wrap up and talk about some of the other stuff that we're doing here, and then I'll call it a night there. But yeah, this next game, I guess. Hold on a second. Let me go make sure that the person's aware that I am playing their game. There we go. Um, Excuse me. Yeah. So this next game here is called Singularity, which is it's a dating sim. Speedrunning rejection by I will probably die? Question mark. It says you are Larry and you need to remain single. Oh, I have to remain single. Okay. Singularity, the quality of or state of being singular. Interesting. Okay. We got some screenshots here. I'm curious because it's like S ranks. Oh, we want them to quit the day. Oh, okay, okay, okay. We got speedrun being single. Interesting. Hello there, Larry. As you know, you got trapped in a diner by the gods to force you into speed dating. It is your mission to not fall into the trap of love and to make yourself as undesirable as possible. Typo, typo. That's points off. No, I'm kidding. You're fine. Um, there's a bunch of games that have typos, and it's perfectly fine. It's a game jam. Um, oh, if you get set for a second date, you fail. If you single, you pass. Okay, it's like the opposite of a speed, or sorry, it's the opposite of a dating sim. It's interesting. In a little less than 5 days for Interstellar Game Jam 9, Diner Asset by this person. Okay, we got a nice 3D Diner Asset. And some art was made by your friend. Cool. Have fun. Don't tell me what to do, but I might have fun. If your game is fun, oh, got him. I'm kidding. Should we full screen this? Yeah. Hey, made for the Interstellar Game Jam 9. Shout out. Seizure warnings. Game does contain harsh static which may pose a risk. Please proceed with caution. Oh, whoa. All right. Let's check this out.
Blah 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 blah.
It just says blah, blah, blah. That's cool. Hello, Larry. This is Larry. And I'm guessing I'm Larry talking to myself, but that's not Larry. That's Dave. It says Dave right there. I'm pointing at my screen. You can't see me pointing. It says Dave right there. That's not Larry. That's Dave. Larry from your mind. Okay, press left mouse button. Oh, I love the blah. I love the blah blah blahs. That's fucking comical. You remember how you swore against the gods that you would remain single no matter what? Well, they took it personally. And now you are trapped here, speed dating for who knows how long. So I'm here to remind you how to stay single. You can see Dave across the table. Once we are done talking, you can chat with him. Every date will last at most a minute, as seen by the timer at the top. So make sure your date never wants to come back. You can hold the right mouse button to speed up text. You can also use the scroll wheel or W and S to change between text options. W and S to change between text options. You can press the left mouse button to select the option. Do you understand? Yeah? Oh, cool. Okay, great. That's some pretty good tutorialization there, I will admit. Anyways, that will be all. Good luck. Hi, Dave. Why am I talking to a dummy again? Man, screw off. Easy. Level 1 complete. Hey, I'm Riley. Nice to meet you. What was your name again? Your mom. I'm your mom. Oh, wait, I'm saying that. My mother is dead, just so you know. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. It is okay. Anyways, what do you do for a living? Nothing. I don't actually do anything really. Wait, so you just like don't have a job? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, thanks for being honest with me. I actually work at this diner, you know? Been working for about 2 years now. Ah, that's pretty interesting. Anything special about this place? Well, recently we had a major party. I ended up spraining my ankle while darting around the place. Kill the guests. You should have killed those guys. Whoa, calm down. It wasn't that serious. Jesus, man. Anyways, I actually think this is a good sign to end things off. Okay, I'm going now. Gosh, I gotta be faster, huh? Well, she's huge. Well, that's creepy. Hello there. Glad we could finally meet. What do you mean, finally? It's been a moment since we actually matched on Mender. Don't you remember? Yeah, now I do. I totally used that app before. Anyways, what do you do? What do you find the most interesting about me? Boobs. Finally, someone who isn't ashamed to speak their mind. Uh-oh. They're some of my best assets. I'm glad finally somebody appreciates them. Yeah. Speaking of assets, I think this diner could use some extra decor. Don't you agree? No. Maybe it's just a lack of people. Speaking about the diner, what are your plan? What do you plan to order? You. Wow, striking with confidence again. I like how you act. Thanks. Oh? Oh, I'm very sorry. I just got an urgent call. I'll have to go. I'll be heading out now. Wait, what? What? Hello there. Glad we can finally meet. What do you mean finally? It's been a moment since we actually matched on Mender. Don't you remember? Yeah, now I do. I totally used that app before. Anyways, what do you find most interesting about me? Eyes. All right. I don't really do a whole lot with my appearance. Many people first compliment either my hair or eyes for some reason. I guess they're just good looking, you know? I suppose. But I feel like there are people lying in some way. Not that you'd be lying, right? Lying? Yeah, I was lying. I just didn't want to seem like a, creep as well. At least you can own up to it. Maybe your position being more weaker compared to you. I appreciate it. Thanks. Anyways, what do you plan on ordering? Burger. Very simple answer, huh? Yeah, I'm a very basic person. Good to know, I suppose. Oh? Well, I'm very sorry. I just got an urgent call. I'll have to go. I'll be heading out now. Hey, we did it, I think. Did we do it? Yeah, we did it. Okay, cool. Kozunoha. This is my first time dating. What is it you bring to the table? Nothing. I could bring, like, nothing, really. This is a very serious thing, is it not? You spend whole lives with people you date, so how come you bring nothing? I don't think you exactly understand how relationships work. If I'm missing something, then please do tell. It's about kissing. Relationships all about kissing or something. You have done nothing but waste my time. I shall be wiser to prolong this any further. I shall exit the area now. Hey, we did it! 30 seconds. Easy peasy. Uh-oh. Hello, sir. I've never done this before. Say something, please. Nothing. Hello? Am I doing something wrong? No, I just don't know what to say. Why is that? Uh, Eyes. The extra eyes? I'm sorry it disturbs you. I can't control that, it's just how I am. I understand, just it's shocking is all. No, I understand. I'll just go. I'll be heading out now. Hey! Oh, it's the 3D model! There are some lighting glitches though. I'm not too sure what is causing it, but just a heads up. Hello, Larry. I see you already know my name. Of course I do. I love you after all, but this is our first date. I don't think that really matters. It does. I don't think love at first sight really works. This isn't like a movie. It doesn't need to be a movie. Just keep my eyes on you forever. Are you okay? Yes, why? Oh, fuck. I'm pressing zero! What's that? Oh. You just seem very love struck. Are you questioning my love? Yes. Why won't you love me? Oh, shit. Hey, we did it. Now let's try to romance everybody real quick. Yeah. Stay single. Dave across the table. I understand. No, I don't understand. You can stop lying to me. Anyways, I'll be all good luck. Easy. Although I was trying to romance everybody, so I guess not easy. Hey, I'm Riley. Nice to meet you. What was your name again? Larry. Nice to meet you. I see. So what do you do for a living? Diner work. I actually work at this diner. No, you don't. What do you mean? I've been working here for 2 years now. You never been here ever. Well, I think we're done here. Okay, I'm going. No, no, go back. I want a romance. I messed up. I lied. I should not lie. Okay, we right click and we speed run. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Easy. All right, let's try to romance. I want to get like an F. Nothing. You just don't have a job? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, thanks for being honest with me. I actually work at this diner. I've been working for about 2 years now, and that's pretty interesting. Anything special about this place? Recently had a major party. I ended up spraining my ankle while darting around the place. My condolences. Thank you. Luckily, it wasn't all too bad. I was able to heal quickly and get back to working. Oh, that's nice. Anyways, I think it's a good place to end things off. Okay, I'm going now. No, they like me. How dare they? Alright, now we know how to speedrun it. It's just pretty much diner work is what it kind of finishes things off. S. It's been a moment since we matched on Mender. Don't you remember? Yeah, now I do, because I totally used that app before. Anyways, what do you find the most interesting about me? Boobs. Finding someone who's just able to speak to their mind. These are my best assets. I'm glad someone appreciates them. Speaking of assets, I think this diner could use some extra decor. Don't you agree? Yeah, glad you agree. Now, what decor it needs most, I'm not sure. I wonder, do you have any suggest? Huh. I'm very sorry, I got an urgent call. I have to go. Oh, okay. Let's see if we can get an even better one. As we do boobs, right? That's the first one. And then, do I agree? No, I don't agree. Speaking about the diner, what do you plan to order? You. Striking with confidence again. I like how you act. Thanks. Oh, I'm very sorry. I got an urgent call. Heading out now. So likability still too? Okay. So we know how to kind of get past this falsely, I believe. Hair. Just that good looking, I suppose. Lying in some way. Are you lying to me right now? No, I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth, I promise. If you say so. Anyways, I've noticed this place feels quite empty. We can get extra decor, don't you agree? Decor. No, I don't agree with you. I'm being completely honest with you. You're extremely boring. I'm not dealing with this any longer. I'll be heading out now. Hey! Okay, and there's this one. This one's gonna be tricky. This is my first time dating. What does he bring to the table? Love. Lots of love. Well, then I urge you to show me your love. Uh, please draw your love out and present it to me. You know we're in public, right? I'm confused. You seem unwilling to showcase your love, even though you argued that that's what you brought to this date. I'm not sure you seem to understand how this whole thing works. Please do tell what I don't understand about this. It's about love. Nobody has to bring something specific to the table, for it is you who is the prize. Did that sound poetic? Yes, it does sound quite poetic. You're very direct, you know that? Is that not how conversation is supposed to be? I mean, not all of them have to be like that. It's just trying to create small talk. But please ask me something if that will aid your efforts. The mask. What's up with the mask? The Kitsune mask. Alright, anything else about it? It comes from my family. Other than that fact, there's nothing notable about the mask outside the appearance. You think it's a nice looking mask? Yeah, I suppose. Thank you. I find myself concerned with day. I should move on to something else for now. Oh, I didn't get to get all the dialogue there. Okay, let's speed run this portion. Okay. Direct conversations like that. Small talk. Ask me something that will aid your efforts. The mask. Kitsune mask. Alright. Anything else about it? Comes from the family. Other than that, there's not much notable about the mask besides the appearance. It's a nice looking mask. Yeah, I suppose. Thank you. I find myself content with this day and shall move on to something else for now. I shall exit this area now. Okay, that was it. Let's ask about the tails. I'm curious about just like getting all the dialogue options. Love. And the next thing is the mask, right? The tails. Like real? The tail's real? Yes. Like how? I'm half kitsune. Aren't those like foxes? The hell you mean half? In all honesty, I'm not sure about the specifics, but I assure you that's not the result of taboo. It's just higher power kitsunes can do very magical things. And I see the reason to be so judging so quickly. It's just very shocking, is all. I find myself content with this age. I'll move on to something else for now. Okay, cool. Alright, now we fail on purpose, and then we move on to the next state. That was a failure. Oh, whoops. Oh well. Where are the other eyes? Are those? Oh, those are the other eyes. I didn't realize those are eyes. I thought those like bite marks on the neck or something. I thought she was a vampire. Never done this before. Say something, please. Hello. Hello, I'm Larry. Your name? I'm Alexandra. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. You look very pretty. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I said that. It's okay. I actually think you're very nice looking too. Thank you a lot. Anyways, do you want to hear about my day? Sure. Okay. So I started my day in the void because that is where I live, and this random girl has entered my home. She apparently found black magic and uses to traverse reality. So obviously I killed her. You what? I'm joking. I just sent her to the pure courts for judgment and sanitation. All right. I don't know what that means, but all right. Anyways, I think this is a good place to end things off. Maybe I'll see you some other time. I'll be heading out now. Okay. I didn't compliment her. I've done this before. Say something, please. You're hot. I think you're very hot. I thank you. I think you're very pretty as well. Thank you. Anyways, do you want to hear about my day? Sure. I guess. Okay. So I started my day in the void, was live, and I ran up grounds of my home, black magic, traverse reality. I killed her. You what? I'm joking. I'm just saying it's a pure force for sensation. All right. I don't know what that means, but all right. Anyways, I think it's a good place to end things off. Maybe I'll see some other time. Hey, speed dated. Okay. Those before, say something, please. Nothing. Hello? Am I doing something wrong? No, I just don't know what to say. Why is that? You're hot. Thank you. I think you're very pretty as well. Thank you. Anyways, do you want to hear my day? No. God, I feel so bad. Oh, okay. I actually think this is a good place to end things, though. Maybe I'll see you sometime. I'll be heading out now. Nice. Is this a 3D one? Okay, so now we have to find out how to say yes. Okay. Hello, Larry. I see you already know my name. Of course I do. I love you after all, but this is our first date. I don't think that really matters. I guess. I guess some people can experience love at first sight. I can keep my sight on you forever. Thanks. You are very welcome. Anyways, I want to know, do you like this diner? Yeah. Love this place. You sell yourself short. You deserve far better than this decrepit dungeon. But to each their own, I suppose. Yeah, anyways, I think it's a nice place to end things off. Why won't you love me? The quit button doesn't work. I guess that's only for the download version. That's fun. That was an interesting take on a dating sim. Instead of dating people to date them, you're dating people to not date them. It's a very interesting twist for sure. Um, yeah, no, that was a very interesting take on the theme for sure. Single Larry, that's fucking funny. Yeah, the win conditions weren't really. I mean, I really liked their faces changing when you said something they did or didn't like. So that was really a good way to kind of allow the player to kind of. I mean, I guess it's hard with the Kitsune person because you can't see their face whatsoever. I guess that's part of the challenge with that one. And I think the last one is you can't fail at all. Like you always get that phase. I would check. I think the diner question if I liked it or not. I could have said no, but it seems like the last one you cannot fail. I don't know 100% for sure if that's true or not, but that was really really interesting regardless. I like the letter grade stuff. It would be cool if you can check them out before. I wish there was like a level select. I guess and I wouldn't really call it a level select, like a replay option for some of the dates. That'd be really fun. Just that way you can get, just jump in and kind of see if you can get as much dialogue from them as possible. Um, I would like to be able to kind of explore the diner a little bit more. The last one had like those button prompts that you can press. I wonder what that was about. Maybe if I didn't press those, they would advance a bit more. Like they make a move on me or something. I'm not too sure. Uh, but I do wonder if there's a different ending if I did that. I kind of want to check again, but I don't because I'm curious, but I don't want to go back in because that means I have to play through everything all over again. That does take a few minutes. Like just the tutorial is unskippable, which is unfortunate. Like that intro dialogue and stuff. I would kind of hope for like I mean, for a game that's all about speed and stuff like that, the protagonist, the person that you play, being able to talk is a little bit, tricky to kind of pull off in the sense that when I traditionally in the game, when you choose a dialogue option, like when there's a dialogue option choice, one of two things happen typically. Uh, Either A, when you choose the dialogue option, that choice is just immediately said, like like you choose a dialogue option, that's you saying it by clicking it, and then they immediately respond to your dialogue, or you click the dialogue option, then your person says one line of dialogue, and then they respond, and then either because there's like some back and forth and stuff there. It confused me a little bit because some of the back and forth kind of dragged out a little bit, even though there I guess wasn't much in terms of like choices for some of those dialogue options. But that back and forth kind of dragged on for a bit. Either I didn't know when the next dialogue choice was coming up, or the character was saying things that I didn't want them to say. So like I chose the dialogue option and it kind of went down that little path of like back and forth between the two characters. But there were certain things like within that back and forth that I didn't want one of the characters to say. So I think like having either like full send in terms of like just one line of dialogue from the protagonist, and the person responds, and maybe they talk for a little bit about what you said and then they ask you a question, or you could just respond to their statement or whatever. uh, some of those dialogue options I wish were available for some of the other characters as well, like the saying nothing line, for example. Even though it's a really like cheap way to kind of get someone to not like you, it's just to not respond to them. um, but I think it would be cool to like have some shared dialogue choices between characters, so that way the player has to kind of experiment to see what works and what doesn't for certain characters. Like for example, staying quiet for that one shy person was the bad thing to do. But for another character who might be like very talkative, maybe the silence is exactly what they want because they just keep yapping, yapping, yapping. You being quiet, it just gives them more room to yap and stuff. And then like saying something in response to them, it'd be considered rude because you're interrupting them or whatever. Yeah, no, overall, like I think like starting off each date should have similar options, and then as the date progresses it branches off into different varying conversations and stuff. Overall though, I do like the dialogue that you do have. I love the blah 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 blah. Is really cool. Being able to fast forward that is nice because you don't want to read through all that again. Although I do kind of wish it went a little bit faster. I know it is part of the game in terms of like you're racing against the clock, so you don't want to just skip the dialogue because obviously that goes against the whole timer aspect of it. The letter grades are a nice touch too, but again, without the level select screen or date, redating people and stuff like that, those letter grades you can't see them at any point. You only see them when they give it to you, and you have to like take a screenshot in order to kind of see that. But you can't like if you completed a date and there's like a main menu with a level select or whatever, then if you completed it already, it would show you the grade that you got or the highest grade that you got for that date. It would add a little bit of replayability for the players so they can redo a date. And again, with the level select aspect alone, it allows them to kind of choose their date at any time. Um, and you can kind of lead into it too, because like this one character here said that you had like a Mender account or something. That's how you met. The level select or whatever could be that. It could be like the Mender app, and that would be like an in-universe way to kind of select dates and stuff, and then include your letter grade for that in there as well. Um, Interacting with the environment, I think, would be a really nice touch for this as well, because you have this 3D diner and you have the booth around you and stuff. If the dates went on a little bit longer than just 1 minute, like I feel like 1 minute is very, very limiting for the player to, especially if they're a slow reader, they might have to redo it a few times to get through it. Um, but if it was lengthier, not only would it allow the players to have a little bit more breathing room with some of the dialogue, but it would also allow you as a developer to have more space to add more dialogue and add more opportunities for interaction and interacting with the environment. You could also like have like For example, like this character Riley works at the diner, so it'd be really funny if as you're doing some of your future dates, uh, Riley shows up and is the waitress, and you can interact with Riley as your other dates are happening and stuff. I think that'd be a really nice touch, especially since like you, I think with this character, with her, you order something, or she asks what you want to order, or whatever. I think that'd also be a really interesting way to like interact with the environment. Like you can order food, the food comes to the table, you can eat the food or throw it at them. I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas out there. But just like ways to kind of interact with the environment, interact with other characters throughout the date. Um, and since the objective of the game would remain the same, it would make some of the levels a little bit more challenging and also a bit more like fun in terms of exploring different avenues and stuff because like you saw how I was kind of playing the game before. Like the goal is to not get dates, but as a person who wants to treat it as a dating simulator, like you want to kind of course, like find a balance between the two things. But I think it would be really interesting if the longer levels and stuff, the longer dates, the player has to choose their words a bit more wisely as the day continues because there might be more than one fail state. Like getting a second date by by passing the date or whatever you fail. But also, like if you fail too drastically, if you fail too bad, then maybe they get violent with you and kill you, and then it's game over. I think that would be like a nice balance too, because you have to find that gray area in between where they don't want to that you don't want them to get on another date with them, but you also don't want them to kill you. Especially with some of these other characters that are coming in later on and stuff like that. You can introduce that increased difficulty with them too. Like with the final character, she kills you and then the game's over. But that seems like the win condition versus like with some of the other characters, like the I forget the Alexandra character. Like with her, it seems like she actually has killed someone before. It'll be really interesting if that was a lose condition for the player. Like that's how you introduce that lose condition to the player, where if you fail so badly with the date, that character kills you, and then you fail as well. So I think having like more lose conditions could be interesting for a game like this. Finding that gray area in between not getting killed and not getting the date, and if the player wants to lean into the dating sim aspect of it and they really do want to get some dates, I think it'd be interesting for them as well too to lean into that and see how many dates they can get. So it allows the player to kind of play the game how they want to. It adds a bit more replayability to the game too. So like if somebody wants to get 100% dates, they can go for that achievement. Obviously the intended way to play the game is to not get any dates. But then it's also like the losing state of like dying or whatever. To try to get as many deaths as possible. I think would be really interesting as well. And maybe you can get up from the table, explore the environment as well. Obviously, that would probably lead to the date not liking you. Like you just walk out of the diner. If you do that for every date, that'd be funny as hell. But obviously, you don't want them to leave the diner. But yeah, that could also influence the losing condition of them killing you. You could also be a gentleman and like get up, go to the jukebox, and put some tunes that they may or may not like. You can walk up to the bar. Maybe the date takes place in different booths, so it's not just happening in the same exact spot. Each date could probably take place at a different booth or a different table to kind of add a bit of variety to the environment. Um, and if there's like some sort of menu as well that you can order food from and stuff, that'd be interesting because the person sitting across the table from you may or may not like the fact that you ordered a certain dish or something. Just some thoughts, just some ways to kind of if you wanted to continue working on this, make this like a full-fledged thing or whatever. I think it'd be really interesting if there was more lose conditions, uh and more ways to interact with the environment to head to a win condition as well. And the level select. I think that'll be huge because replaying through everything, like let's say a person likes interacting with a certain character, I feel like it'd be nice to just be able to open up the game and interact with that character directly if they wanted to. Um, yeah, I think I'm not gonna play any more games for tonight. It's already 1 a.m. I've been streaming for like 5 hours. It's been a pretty lengthy stream for sure. But yeah, like I mentioned before, if anybody wants to keep working on their games and update their games after the game jam concludes, or if you didn't get to submit on time and want another place to submit the same game you worked on for this game jam, you should check out the Post Jam Jam hosted by Post Jam Productions. I call it the PJGJ, which is Post Jam Productions Post Jam Game Jam, just because it's just fun to just throw those letters together. But this is a game jam that allows you all the way up until the very end. So even though it says 8 days, you can keep going if you want to. Um, or maybe that is the is that next week? I think that is next week. Yeah. So yeah, pretty much you can submit your project all the way up until the very last second to get other people to try it out. So once the Interstellar Game Jam is over, you can submit your project immediately to this post jam game jam, and then have another round of people check out the game. Especially if you've made improvements to the game, especially if you're using the feedback that I'm giving you to make those improvements, it'll be a good place to get feedback on those improvements that you made to that game. Um, but yeah, that was Singularity by I Will Probably Die. That was a fun, fun little anti-dating game. I didn't think I'd play a game like that. But yeah, I'm gonna end it there. I know there's a bunch of other games we didn't get to today. I'll push those to the next stream, and I'll try to get as far as I can through these games. But the last stream would definitely have to speed things up. If there's not enough time in the next couple of streams, and I gotta do one last fourth stream, I'll let y'all know. By the time the third stream ends on Friday, yeah, if I do one more stream, it'll be on Sunday. And I'll put a post in Discord, and you can find the link to the Discord in the description of this video, and you can also find the rest of these games if you want to play them yourself. Link to that is also in the description of this video. There's also a link to the Post Jam Productions Game Jam in the description too, so you can check that out. And lastly, if you like all this kind of stuff, this kind of content, if you like these not I guess review type videos, I wouldn't really call it a review because I'm not like just reviewing the game. I'm trying to give you all feedback. I'm trying to give you all like my first impressions. So like a playthrough and a review and like some jam tips and stuff like that. This is You can subscribe to this channel as a really good way to support us, liking the video. If your game was played throughout the live stream, sharing it with other people so they could watch your game be played. I think these live streams will be up on the VOD, forever. So at any point you can come back and see what your game looked like in the past, or get some other people to check out the video and leave feedback on it as well for you to check on. Um, we also have a Patreon. If y'all are really willing to, do as much as you can to help out. We have a Patreon where we have some bonus content too for live streaming. If you are a participant of the game or a future game jams, because this is a little bit too late now, but if you're a participant of a future game jam and you are a patron member, then I do like private live streams for Patreon members who participated in the Interstellar Game Jams, and I bring them onto the stream and we have a conversation while also playing their game. So it's way more intimate than these live streams. Even though I am still playing a game, for those I'll have a full on like podcast format with that. Um, and I do plan to do more with the Patreon going forward. I don't know exactly what yet. We can discuss that in the Discord. But yeah, until then, I will catch you all in the next stream, which will be tomorrow, or I guess today now, at about 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can check the announcements channel in the Discord for what the local time would be for you. And if there is going to be a fourth live stream, if I don't get to do all the live streams in time, I'll let y'all know in the announcements channel on Friday with the time on Sunday because I'm busy Saturday. So Sunday will be if we do a fourth live stream. I'll obviously change the title of this video to 104 instead of 103. And then Sunday will be where the fourth live stream is if we do get to that point. But yeah, I did have a fun time playing through a lot of these games. I had a blast, which is why it took me so long to get to this point. So yeah, like y'all made some really good games. I'm really excited to play the rest of these games. A lot of interesting takes on the theme so far. But yeah, I will leave it off there. I hope you all have a good night or good morning or whatever time of day it is for y'all. I'll catch you on the next live stream. I've been Shadow. This is the Interstellar Game Jam 9. Theme is Singularity. And I'll catch you all in the next one. Have a great night, y'all. Bye bye.